Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are starting in 5 minutes from now. السيدات والسادة الكرام، نأمل منكم التفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ بعد 5 دقائق من الآن. كما نود أن نلفت انتباهكم إلى أن خدمة الترجمة الفورية من العربية إلى الإنجليزية ومن الإنجليزية إلى العربية متاحة طيلة فترة هذا المنتدى. And please note that simultaneous interpretation headsets are available at the entrance of this hall. Please make use of the simultaneous interpretation headsets. السيدات والسادة الكرام، نأمل منكم سرعة التفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ بعد لحظات من الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats now. We are starting shortly. السيدات والسادة الكرام، نأمل منكم التفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are starting now.
أصحاب المعالي والسعادة السيدات والسادة
أسعد الله صباحكم. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning for you and everyone who joined us on the second day in the Local Content Forum, Partnerships for Sustainability. Like we said yesterday, the local content is the pillar of enabling our local productions. Government and private sector working together, our fifth session's subject that we're going to start with today. Today it was going to be managed by Mr. Mohammed Al-Tumehi. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the fifth session in the local content in the second phase time. The subject is local abilities to develop the local content. And we're talking about how are the strategies working together and the regulations to enable the private sector, their roles, and the local content to contribute in developing the synergies in the legislation and the development of the local content. In a nutshell, how can government branches enhance the synergy between the rules and the regulations and legislations that are related to local content, and what's the role of the digital transformation to achieve local goals? In the beginning, please welcome their excellencies, the participants in this session. Dr. Saad Al-Qasabi, the chairman for the Arms Engineer Mohammed Al-Ohali for the military industries. Engineer Saad Al-Khalb, the chairman of Import-Export. The chairman of Saudi Water Department, and Mr. Abdurrahman Al-Smari, the CEO of the local content. Listen, water is much more important than the exports. Hello. I welcome you again. I want to start with Mr. Abdurrahman Al-Smari. Mr. Samari, since you are the host of this forum, in the beginning, on behalf of myself and everyone else, I want to thank you for your excellent organizing. You are the best to answer most of the questions that we have for enabling the local content. We start with the main question: what are the efforts you are doing today and the purchases to enhance the local content, and how do you review the synergy to reach and achieve that goal? In the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful, thank you, my dear brother Muhammad. I want to welcome the audience for the second day, and I welcome their excellencies to be here and to honor us and participating here. That shows us the government's synergy to reach the local agenda. Here at the authority, we work on several paths. If I'm going to mention them briefly. First one is to make sure that we have the legislation and the regulations. For example, if we want to look, the purchases, government procurement and purchases were one of the most important spending within the local. So we have put a certain list for it, clear regulations, and clearing out the roles and responsibilities for everyone. The second path, or second role, was making sure of the feasibility on the ground level by participating with the government branches and also by participating with the private sector. and hearing all the challenges that they are facing for the last phase or period, the implement became so mature in the government aspect. We saw that a lot of the local content, like the chairman mentioned yesterday, it increased from 33% until it reached 47% by the end of the second quarter in 2024. The government efforts is the main pillar of it, because if the government did not persist and adopt this situation on the highest level of the government, these results would have never happened. One of the things that we translated in this synergy to be sustainable and become an institutional was create different branches to work on it. Today we have more than 380 teams in government branches that have clear role and clear responsibilities, and they have their own evaluation systems. We work with them closely. We honor the special ones, and we implement the best, and we help them by the Excellence Center to create them courses and training programs to develop them. We were able to create a synergy, a system that is working, that works on every level. Excellent. That will take me for Engineer Ahmed Al-Ohali. When we talk about military industry, we talk about deep sector and critical sector. How do you work on assisting them in that sector? To localize the product, also to create military, local military production that reaches international level. Thank you, first of all, in the beginning. Peace be upon you all. Good morning. I want to thank my colleague, Mr. Bandar Al-Khrayef. I think that what we heard here today from His Excellency when he talked about it, the Ministry of Industry, it is something that we are all proud of. The local content is not an option. The local content is an important matter. It is the highest priority in our Vision 2030. The numbers we have heard yesterday by His Excellency's speech and his talk, you hear numbers, beautiful, great numbers. He was talking about it with high passion, the local content. And that is positive point on it that will serve all sectors. We'll go back to the questions for military industries. Regarding military industries for the local content, or we call it nationalization or localization, it has many aspects, not just financial and economical and social. No, it has also security measures and strategic levels that will close a lot of gaps in Saudi Arabia's armament and Saudi Arabia's national security. The authority worked to create policies that regulate military production industry, and also encourages locals development to have competitive forces. For that reason, the percentage of the spending, the local military spending in 2018, when we created it, was 4% of the Saudi Arabia spending in the GDP. By the end of 2023, we reached up to 19.35% from the purchases and the services are local. And we are on the right path. We want to reach up to 50% by 2030. What we have mentioned in the policies we mentioned, Saudi Arabia here, from the beginning of this year, we were creating and producing the first drones, armed drones, and recon drones that are working in the field. Saudi Arabia right now has companies, local companies, that are working on sustainability and the maintenance of these drones. Saudi Arabia 2 years ago, not just this year, we worked on creating and building ships, intercepting ships fully made in Saudi Arabia. This work happened, the effort worked by everyone from the military and the private sector and other government branches. We have 300 establishments, local licensed, that work in military development. How did we support the local products? We created five memorandums of understanding for purchasing from the local companies from the beginning of 22 until today. the 5 agreements that we have done. The purchases are 2 billion Saudi riyals. Most of them were bought from the outside. Like His Excellency mentioned yesterday, the local content is not just to develop it, but also it has, that is using it saved 30%, that almost 600 million in 3 years, and it's going to be more and more in the future. Also, there are other programs, 35 agreements that have been signed, 53 with 35 billion. 13 billion riyals of them just to purchase local systems. All these aspects made us reach these what we have mentioned. Beautiful, Your Excellencies. The increase 18% up to 50% for the local content by 2030 in military production. 19.35, not 18. Thank you. Which is a really important percentage. But there are also always questions, and people are wondering about the quality of the local content, the standards, and that will give us this question with Dr. Saad Al-Qasabi. You're in the Saudi Authority for Regulation. How do you assist developing the local content and enhancing it and agreeing to have quality and making sure to have quality? Hello, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Your Excellency. Mr. Bandar Ibrahim and Mr. Abdurrahman Abu Abdullah on organizing this perfect gathering. Our role, we are the beginning, they are to assist at SASO to reach all the achievement of the local goals, and the local content is our priority. The local infrastructure showed us and proved in Korea, Japan, Germany that it is the main goal to develop anyone. Here we work on how to develop it for all the products based on our local priorities. We make sure about the local subject, the private sector, and to reach these standards, to make sure that they reach the level of the quality we want. The highest goal that we look at, the KPIs we look at, to reach markets, either local or regional or international, which is quality. And that is a sustainable indicator. So that's why we work with our colleagues in the local content authority to reach the goal in the mandatory list. There's a technical team that is working on that. We work here with the Saudi Standards and Metrology and Quality Organization to have it clear from the private sector to make sure that they are implemented. Second aspect is making sure about the quality, taking the quality of the production and making sure that we reach the levels of the requirements for the markets that happen by calibrating and reviewing it, which is industry and reevaluation. If they don't have a unified national platform to check it out, it's going to fail, or they won't be as competitive in the market. All these systems work on with our colleagues in the Ministry of Industry to create a sandbox to support all innovation. Anyone who would like to develop it, we help them in this platform to provide the tests, the required tests for it goes, in order for us to help the pioneers to know that this product reaches the level or not, or we can help them to reach the level of the high quality required. Also, we work with some factories to create their abilities, their knowledge and abilities to reach the goals, either by providing to reaching the level, or to reach the highest level of standards for management and to verify it. All these systems, with the testing system that we take and the testing authority, they all carry it, and the confirmation and taking it on their shoulder here for Saudi Arabia, that completes and builds the entirety of infrastructure for quality. Our main goal is to have a strong infrastructure that will help us to have products with high quality and sustainable and competitive in the market. So that means high quality, competitive, and also sustainable. But usually in local markets by the laws and regulations, like the speeches we heard earlier, like what the minister said, there's a support for the local content. But in the future level, how will it affect developing it to the international markets by developing? And the question is for Engineer Saad Al-Khalb. And then we've got, if you allow me, if I can mention to a short brief of the Saudi Export-Import Bank. It's a financial institute, a new financial that started only by 2020, which is one of Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030. It helps to develop the exports of country to Saudi Arabia to the international and minimize the risk. Since the bank started, we provide more than 60 billion Saudi riyals for export. It came out of it. An impact on the local GDP, like 150 billion Saudi riyals. Right now we talk about the local content. It's a main pillar to have our support and to have financial support or loans from the bank. It should not be less than 20%. And whenever the local content increases, it increases, our support increases, and the ease of the assistance you get. We'll come to the question my brother Mohammed asked. The point, the financial point of it, to have it, it always is limited. It's either for investments or it will faces ups and downs of the market based on the demand. But have a diverse market locally and internationally give us the flexibility and strength and give us it the value. Thank you. And that will lead us to a question. Sometimes we could wonder and ask, what is the role of the water authority to support the local content? And there's an answer from Engineer Abdullah Abdul Karim. Good morning, everyone. The question could be, it needs to shed some light on what is the water sector here in Saudi Arabia. The water sector here in Saudi Arabia, it's not a traditional water department. If you want to call it support, it's a support service. If it's industrial, you can call it industrial. Logistic, it is logistic. The water sector here in Saudi Arabia is huge. It has a lot of challenges and opportunities in the same time here in Saudi Arabia to reach the centers of excellencies in this industry that the world needs in the future. Especially with the climate changes, water sector starts a long journey that starts with the investments and knowledge and challenges. We don't get water from the closest river from Riyadh. No, we get water from making it by desalination. And we cannot use this water near the ocean or near the sea. After we desalinate it in a huge amount, what we desalinate every day here in Saudi Arabia, it almost equivalent to petroleum production globally all around the world. That number is a huge number, sir. That number is huge. The amount of water, it equals the international 13 million square meters on a daily basis. That's the number of oil in the world. That's the amount of water we push. We're just talking about moving that water. We move tons, huge amounts of tons of water here in Saudi Arabia from top of them all the way to top of the mountains. This complicated industry always needs support to the customers and the clients that is worthy of the customers and clients' needs. Today, they read 14,000 clusters. Saudi Arabia is the third country for drought challenges here. And today, in a country That is almost a continent. That the diversity of the people, that is 6 people for each square kilometer, and delivering water to all these people is a hard trip, but it's not enough. We're taking it to another level. We see that this commodity, this valuable commodity that Saudi Arabia spent on it a huge amount to reach all the citizens all around Saudi Arabia, to reuse them and to manage it, to have complete management of this water. Looking at it, okay, right now we're just talking about the water. When we talk about water, I'm going to forget about the local content. Everything I talked about earlier. Imagine from creating it to reusing it. Since Mr. Bandar al-Khrayif right now, His Excellency here, it works in mining and industry. It completes the other aspects of development here in Saudi Arabia. In the year 2023, we spent to service water 35 billion. Out of the 35 billion, 22.5 billion were in Saudi Arabia. In the year 2022-2023, within Saudi Arabia, we spent more than 46 billion. We don't concentrate on developing the industry. No, I'm bringing the partners and investors. And we do have joint equipment with the energy sector and military sector and other sectors. But today, we concentrate on building the abilities and efforts. What we are creating here in Saudi Arabia, the desalination plants that are unique all around the world, they are built by Saudi contractors. 4 out of the largest desalination plants are getting built here in Saudi Arabia. They are built by Saudi contractors. This one's the second. Owning these abilities that was the brainchild of the research and development and the pioneering in business. All these aspects, all these pillars that we are working on here in the water sector, to make sure that we have a foothold here. We believe that the local content, it's not an option. It's a decision, and decisions are always need 3 main aspects to implement them. Organization, we worked with the authorities and they've supported us a lot on it to create an environment that will support the local product. We work on local and international partnerships to develop the business and changing the styles of it. And also we are working on supporting the manufacturers in Saudi, and also to Saudi contractors and developers. I do believe that the sector of water, not just here in Saudi Arabia, that is a promising sector. No, it's all around the world. It became much more complex around the world, and for us it became much more easier and simpler. We are in a sector, whenever we want to have it as a local content, God willingly, the fruits of it is going to be to develop this country, and it's going to be in the sustainability and the water security here in Saudi Arabia. That's first. Second of all, the achievement's going to be finding solutions, water solutions that are much more sustainable for the world. Like Mr. Abdul Karim said, when we talk about the local content, we are talking about decisions. Decision, not just a luxury or an option. No. That will take us to the second question to Mr. Abdurrahman Smari. When we're talking about the local content, we're not just talking about the public sector. We're talking about the private sector too. What are the policies that you are implementing to do it in the authority to create synergy between 2 sectors? Without a doubt, everything we do here, and from policies and the regulations we create, without the ability of the local either services or industrial services here, we cannot reach these results. Mainly we rely on having local private sector that is able to create local abilities and cover in the demand. All the policies we are working on are policies that rely on communications from the private sector and the public sector, and also from the customers. For example, the mandatory list for the local, we are working for the local manufacturers. We'll work on it, and we work the demand on the market, the local market, to add it in this list also. the doors open for the private sector to provide suggestions on that we can reach the required level of quality to add them in this list from their partnership with the local sector for the past 4 years. Maybe I've reached to a level more than 1,200 products that is listed in this list. Listing these products enhanced the development of the local factories. We found the local factories that are listed here. They had a growth level up to 8% compared to the rest, which is 5%. So that gives us an indicator that encouraging them by guaranteeing the demand and the purchases and the procurement from them made them work harder. Today, to have having our policies larger, usually it only spends it on government spending, but today we look at government spending and also companies that are owned by the government. That enhances the level of demand that we need from the local factories. We noticed that the number increased year after year. In the first 9 months of the year, the demand increased more than 30 billion riyals. That's almost, that will be 100 billion riyals for the last 3 years. But also we believe that making the circle bigger and adding increasing more companies in the first level, that's almost more than 200 companies. So in the next level, in next December, we're going to talk about more than 400 companies that will enhance the level. And also it will enhance from the competition for the local products, like His Excellency already mentioned. Our main goal and our sacred goal is to support the local content to reach international markets. That's regarding synergy from the private sector and the international sector for the product. But what about some of the industries, local industries here? First of all, military industries is a kind of scary word. I'm sitting someplace with the Ministry of Tourism. So tourism, Minister of Water and Defense. You call it defense industries or what? What do we call it? Our job is to defend Saudi Arabia, defend the citizens and our residents, and protect the infrastructure of Saudi Arabia, of water, electricity, and oil. We worked with a lot of military branches and also other government branches in the private sector to create policies. We created 11 policies from organization to regulate and also to encourage the investors to increase these levels. So also the list of the regulations to conduct military and industries and managing security, information security and data security. And also the framework works, and also to encourage the investors here in Saudi Arabia, like 0% tax on local manufacturers and financial supports for the local military industries and in the industrial cities here, and also the cooperation program that works on localizing local products and technologies here in Saudi Arabia. And another point which is important, which also is developing the human resources, which is a really important aspect here in Saudi, in the military industries. We worked on more than 60 initiatives, which is to create a local academy for military industries that works with more than 2,000 students, male and female students, Saudis, to work in technical and engineering. We have when training the employees of the Saudi companies. All these policies and regulations are, the goal is to make sure that the investor has to develop the local industries, to have a clear picture for the end user, which are the security ministries and security users, to develop the local content. The last point is that we are working on, which is exporting. We're going to start exporting outside Saudi Arabia, local Saudi products, and add another thing to Saudi Arabia's GDP. Your Excellencies, you talked about the standards. What about the regulations that serve the synergy? In the last period, in the last 4 months, Ministry of Interior worked on 2 new subjects. The first regulation was the safety of the products. This system actually changes from the requirements to have the products in the market. It shows the regulations and the criteria required, and also make sure to follow and keep track of the product. The second is the quality and standards and the qualities, and that is created on what are the criteria required and what are the mechanisms to work with. Also, there was an update for calibration system and metrology system. They worked with a METR agreement more than 15 years, and this agreement insists that Saudi Arabia continues on different measurements that will serve our local industries, like I said earlier, to reach the requirements to reach the local market and regional market and international market. That's regarding the regulations. Technical aspect and part of it, but in the year 2016, with the beginning of our vision, we start the Safety of the Products program. And this program wanted to review for every product and to set the new regulations for it. And we've started to do it again. So we became focused. We put criteria for it and limits. We had 61 technical criteria. It shows all the managerial and technical points from the manufacturer before they put it in the market. All these systems, we were able to build a plain level of competition in the market that increases and enhances the development of the local content. The investor became the ones that invests to provide products, look at requirements of the local market. He finds a fair level competition. They don't have terrible products that are competing. This journey is not finished, by the way. But with the way I see it, we already started. By the new regulations that I mentioned, we have reached a high level of requirements. Also, when we provide the support in other technical aspects, like the Saudi made in Saudi brand, today we have more than 300,000 products in the Saudi market that got the Saudi quality product. 35% of them are local products and national products, and 45% of the factories are Saudi factories. This gives us high quality, the pride we have on our local products and food industries, construction, and others. We are competitors regionally and internationally. A lot of people, we meet with them officially, share that with us. These criteria, once again, are a requirement to make sure to have sustainable quality for the local content, and also to reach what we are reaching, to reach the safety level. Beautiful. The most important question is, how do we make the local content attractive to the international markets? That question is for Saad Al-Khalb. The golden word is competition. Any product that doesn't have a competitive value, that is not able to compete in the international markets or regional markets, or it won't work, won't succeed. Here we get the role of the manufacturer to find a competitive value. Export relies on maybe by 2 main rules: quality and cost. Quality, like engineer Saad said, we had a lot of examples on it, that the quality of the products here in Saudi Arabia is really high, and it's wanted globally. The cost goes 2 parts: the cost of manufacturing and the cost of exporting. That is his responsibility. For us, what do we help him? The cost of exporting. The cost of exporting, we minimize it, or we support in it, we help with it by the bank's products. If you'd allow me to mention an example, a beautiful example. One of the copper mines in Chile, they used Al Qahtani company here in Saudi Arabia to provide coating and for the pipes and ship it to Chile. So that means that the high quality is available for the local content. Also, we financed, the bank financed the company to ship these pipes all the way to Chile in favored prices to do it. It is beautiful to find a Saudi product that reaches South America. Also, we do have 18 products here at the bank that is designated for exporting, from the guarantees, bank guarantees, to apply in main biddings, or have providing capital, financing the supply chain, until we finance even the buyer, so they can buy from Saudi Arabia and export from. That's by some of the numbers we have listened to earlier from Engineer Abdul Karim, the achievements that are created and done by them. But you have also other regulations that's relied on you to enhance the synergy between the government sector and the private sector. Maybe this question, it has many aspects to answer. If we start with the partnership between the private sector, so the water sector here in Saudi Arabia was a pioneer in this partnerships starting from 2010. It was one of the first partnerships to create plants, desalination plants, that are built and owned by the private sector, that work on buying the water from them. And like everybody knows, that we have a Saudi pioneer company, that Aqua Power, you already know, it works within Saudi Arabia and was able to work outside Saudi Arabia and became a pioneer in water. But also the partnership between the private sector and the public sector. They don't stop just to find one global champion, no, but there are a lot of pioneer businessmen that have entrepreneurs that could have an effect on it. We have the Saudi Excellence Program for the water. They have a lot of entrepreneurs with excellent ideas. They are closer to become pioneers here in Saudi Arabia from these ideas. If you allow me to share some of them. There are some of them have way to even save on water by washing cars. Who doesn't know about the application Sweater? How that Sweater had an effect that brought an idea to how to wash cars by the minimalist amount of water. These might be important for us here in Saudi Arabia, but all these ideas can go international. Partnership starts from research and development. From the year 2022, 44 researchers were transferred to private sector from the water authority. After that, it was adopted by the private sector that is working with the government for the authority for small and tiny establishments and companies from. And we have programs for the level of the ministry. But having these technologies, we have Saudi youth that own these technologies, and that's what we rely on and concentrate on, having the knowledge. First thing, when we talk about consultants company, what is the first thing we think? What is the first place we think about? It's outside of Saudi Arabia. Everything we're trying to reach in the near future is to have the most significant details of engineering here locally in Saudi Arabia. We have a company that moves water, that works on moving water from coasts to cities. It's not distribution. That company today, it does all its engineering work with Saudi labor within it. They don't need other international experts to know the details of this of this science. We need international partnerships to keep on developing, but owning the knowledge and implementing it is a huge part of it. Every time we calculate how many Saudis we have that are working in this sector, how many human how many human resources we do have, how many local staff I have that I rely on locally. Most of it are from the local markets, and by the end of it, these pillars are available for the local content. The capital investment here we make sure that it's from within the Saudi Arabia. Our contractors in the multi-billion real operations, they're 80 up to 90% are Saudi contractors, and we're going to keep on going with it. That doesn't mean we're not open for foreign partnerships. We always open the door for foreign partnerships, but we have an ability to be partners with the foreigners, but starting with the locals, and that is what we are working on this near future.
According to the local content, which is the ability, if it's ability or any other elements, which is the main element, the safety of the water in Kingdom. This tour is going to be spread. I'll start again with Abdurrahman Al-Asmari. You speak about the mechanism and policies with the creating of the cooperation with the private sector and governmental sector. If there is any policy, wonderful. I will speed up with the efforts that we do it to activate the local content in the private sector. I'll take two paths. The organizational path, the beginning start is to calculate. So the authority is giving a certificate to MRI to cost this company to identify the point, the strong point and the weak point, to make plans for the future. We make this from multi-years. So the private sector is actually monitoring on it to see. With the organizational plan is to double to the cost, to the creating improvement. This is the key point to the growing of the local content. The private sector, I'll take the localization to transfer the knowledge. It's a contractor and it's a goal. There's no limit to the abilities, but there's a demand, local demand. It's a huge demand. These products is different. Maybe it's simple, like tools, like protecting, maybe complex, like cars. Her Highness Abdul Ali, this is one of the opportunities that we work together. Also desalination of the water. There's work also as a cooperator to be a center as an investment to localize it here in the kingdom for the local demand and international demand. Through 4 years, we have signed 50 agreements. The impact of the GDP for 4 billion, and it's going to have 10,000 job. Engineer Abdul Ali, you have a military attacks and you have a military fights through countries. How can we invest the technology to enhance the military products through these years? This is a great question, actually. If we look to the international level, historically, through all of the technologies that we can see as a civilians, we can use it, like internet, like robots, satellites, started from the military and defense machines, even in Europe or American. Then started to move to the civilian part. We have machines started from military type. So we work on 3 aspects for our cooperation. First, the digital transformation or the investment. This is a great or a big organizational start from the demand, the declaration, then the investment in the military. Secondly, we work on the automation of the service in the military service through all programs, using AI, management database. The most important thing, AI, again, to expect the demands for the products and the service also. So this will serve us to help us to rush the building of the abilities to cooperate the maybe 2 years in the future. The last point, which I refer to it at the beginning, there's no industry success and grow without an technology or research. Saudi Arabia research about water desalination, military has to cooperate with the research, improvement, and also discover new techniques to improve the defense sector. Last point, we have a reward in the invention of the military, and also we announced the winners in the ministry or defense forum. We have 20, we choose 20 Saudi people. They have high ambition. We expect for years from now, we will have like local work field. Thank you, Your Highness. You speak 1,000 products as a Saudi. Local content is amazing. How we can use this digital to enhance the local content here. This is two paths, as everyone said. This is a solution for the ministry to serve these services, private sector or governmental sector. Also, we have SAVR organization. We updated to record this product. Nowadays, this organization, we have 7 million product for over than 90,000 customer. So we have to make sure to achieve all of these demands in the market before we put it in the market. Also, we have the organization for the customer to make sure if the customer make sure if it's correct for the customer, quality is correct or not. Second path is actually how to the character of this future products. Nowadays, with in the factories or industry, the Internet of Things, the AI, all of them were now more complex to describe the product. Mechanism, it's not about electricity. If each product has a software or programmized, so how we can match these, how we can make sure to these products. So this is a path, we work on it. And also how this description will be. Before it was only a file, PDF, but nowadays will be a code or a program. It's fed by this machine. Based on the standards that we have. This is the international direction to be. Saudi Arabia is one of the experienced this in this field. The session is actually done, but we have 5 minutes. It's a time, it's lost, but we have to do it. You talk about the Saudi products that needs to have a chance, improvement chance. You are in the bank. How you can enhance or update this field? The challenge that any factory or industry, the chains. So we use it to take these products outside or locally. The industry or transformer industry, we have to have inputs inside and outside also, locally and internationally. I will rush with the answer, but bank is actually working with the industry ministry to find and secure the critical minerals for Saudi Arabia. to finalize the chains, international chains. We have also, by Allah's willing, we have a conference in the future to announce what we are working on it now, which is a great project to finance resources, the priority for the local products. Thank you. I will conclude with a question. How to use the digital transformation to enhance the local content and the product locally. If I have the whole time or half it, you have 2 minutes. Okay. Water sector, for 6-7 years we have movement, and a great movement. There is a great transformation, but nowadays the authority is actually as a completing. So if it's regulations or organizational, I will speak with the organizational. 6 months before we start with the information transformation. So we don't want to be automatic. No, it's like a part of the job. Big layer is number 2 is actually ecosystem with the companies that work with the water sector. In addition to the governmental agency, we have a great hope to facilitate the journey of the customers to have a great versions rapidly and quickly. Third, it's working with the stakeholder cooperation to facilitate have their opportunities and abilities. The biggest or the most, let's say, the most important layer is to the customer experience. All of I said before is actually for the customer experiment. We want to enhance that. We know that the experiment of the customer is continuing actually, but by Allah's willing, in the next days we will have in the water sector great enhancement through the national plans working locally. We'll start, and I thank you, all of you, and you will see that if there is a water, we will talk passionate. So if you can go and to your home without water, so can you imagine that? We believe today as a water industry is an industry have a great support within governmental agencies. Any country, I'm not talking about Saudi Arabia, we have a lot of country rely on water, so we don't have an excuse to have a great experience for the customers. We will hope to be better more and more. With this challenge and this ambition, we will sum up our sessions. I thank you, Your Highnesses, Engineer Mohammed, Engineer Saad Al-Qasabi, thank you, the Engineer Saad. Engineer Saad Al-Khalbad with Bank Saudi. Mohandas, Engineer, lastly, Abdurrahman Asmari, the CEO of the local procurement, governmental procurement. Thank you with having you here. Thank you, audience.
شكرا لأصحاب المعالي وسعادة.
Thank you, Your Highnesses, everyone. Mohammed Atmahi. Today, I will announce the announcement agreement. I will call Abdul Kharif, CEO of the authority, Mohammed Asmari. If you please come to the stage to complete the ceremony of the agreements. A great opportunities. We're glad to have announced great agreements to open a great horizon through a great future. All of these agreements is with the local content engineering, Professor Bandar Khaif, representative of the authority, Abdurrahman Ismari, the CEO of the local content and governmental procurement.
توقع الهيئة اتفاقية مشاركة اقتصادية مع شركة Health Insight.
Health Insight with the company Health Insight include 5 projects in the localization of the projects and researchers. These projects to found or establish the health in Saudi Arabia, and also localize program Medical Cloudy,
ويمثل شركة Health
represent of Health Insight. Professor Muhammad Mustafa Shafiri is the president of the management. The authority signed the agreement in the economic part with Boehringer Ingelheim, have 4 projects in the investment, upgrading, also transferring the knowledge. Also, these projects include to establish a company inside Saudi Arabia, and also have bed experiments to have a medicine thrive, and also for the pharmacy students to train. Represent this company, Abdullah Hakmi is the original manager. Now we witness, we have more standable agreements. Also we have the following metal company with a Gulf to the agreements. We will represent. We call Muhammad Saleh Al-Umari, the CEO of the experiments in the Gulf. The Saudi company with the technique agreements with Petronic company Saudi Arabia to sign the agreement. We call the representative Engineer Mohammed Saleh and Professor Yusuf Al-Hansari, the CEO of Ventronic Saudi Ventronic. Building company will agree to the academic for building NCA to agree the representative for the 2 parties, Professor Joseph, the CEO of building the contractors, and also Dr. Muhammad Al-Ghamdi, the manager for the building NCA. Nisma company will sign agreement with Qasim University. We will call the representative from 2 parties, Abdul Karim, the CEO of the Nisma and their parties, Dr. Abdurrahman Tayyan in Qasim University. This step is to enhance the cooperation and to achieve the goals. We are looking forward to a great future with a success, partnership, and also growing and continuous. Thank you, Your Highnesses.
حضورنا الكريم هذه
Your audience, this is a break from 20 minutes. We will return to complete the program of second day.
السيدات والسادة الكرام، ندعوكم للتفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ بعد 5 دقائق من الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please find your seats. We're starting in 5 minutes from now. كما نود أن نلفت انتباهكم إلى أن خدمة الترجمة الفورية من العربية إلى الإنجليزية ومن الإنجليزية إلى العربية متوفرة طيلة فترة هذا اللقاء. We'd like to bring your attention that simultaneous interpretation is available throughout this event. Please find your simultaneous interpretation headsets at the entrance of this hall. السيدات والسادة الكرام، نأمل منكم سرعة التفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ بعد لحظات من الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats now. We are starting shortly. كما نود أن نلفت انتباهكم إلى أن خدمة الترجمة الفورية من العربية إلى الإنجليزية ومن الإنجليزية إلى العربية متوفرة طيلة فترة هذا اللقاء. We'd like to bring your attention that simultaneous interpretation is available throughout this event. Please find your simultaneous interpretation headsets at the entrance of this hall. السيدات والسادة الكرام، نأمل منكم التفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are starting now.
حياكم الله وبياكم وأهلا بكم في منتدى.
Welcome back to the second edition of the Local Content Forum, and now we move to our sixth session for today for the big companies to achieve their agendas related to local content. With us is the moderator Walid ibn Khanfour. Please welcome to the stage Walid ibn Khanfour, the moderator for this session. Peace, mercy, and blessings of God be upon you all. Good morning or good afternoon to you all. This session is going to be in English. سوف أبدأ
which is one of the local content forum and government procurement authority, for this opportunity to be here today. Our panel discussion topic will be the role of major national companies in achieving the local content agenda. Just a quick brief also about the local content forum, which is aiming also to create a platform for raising awareness, exchanging experiences, and empower local capabilities through activating strategic partnerships, investments, opportunities, and showcasing success stories to motivate the public and the private sector as well. A continue also of its first success, the second edition of the Local Content Forum offers many opportunities for exchanging knowledge and experience, and also raising awareness about the enablers, mechanism, and policies of local content throughout the forum under the title Partnership for Sustained Development. And now, if you may allow me also to introduce our panelists here on the stage, one by one, beginning with Engineer Abdallah Al-Asemi. He's the Senior Vice President of Procurement and Business Support at Ma'aden. Introducing Mr. Joseph Zahir. He's the CEO of Al Mabani General Contractors.
Thank you.
Joseph.
شكرا.
Mr. Sergi,
مرعش.
Vice President of Projects Control in the House Country and Value of Nisma and Contracting Company. And Mr. Ian McBride, my Scottish friend. He's the Executive Director of Commercial at Roshan Group. And also introducing Engineer Abdullah Al-Masoud, Executive Director of Project Procurement at Neom Company.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure. Thank you so much. Such a lucky guy. I got giants here on stage, huh? First of all, thank you again for joining us. It is an absolute pleasure to be here. I want to thank again also the forum for organizing this. I think there's a lot of great topics, also in facts, that we will be discussing here today. I will begin with you, Engineer Abdullah. You know, Ma'aden has been also a leader in the mining industry, without a doubt also, and has made significant strides, whether it was in enhancing local content in its operation. Can you highlight some of Ma'aden's most successful initiatives in this area, and how have they contributed also to both the company's objectives and the growth of the local economy?
Thank you very much, Walid, and thanks to the Local Content Government Authority for this opportunity. I would like, first, before I answer your question, local content is very personal to me. I'm very passionate about this topic, and the reason for that is from three perspectives. The first perspective is that coming from being Saudi citizen. As a Saudi citizen and as Saudis, this is a mandate, this is a duty, this is something that we all have to embrace. It's not a target that we are only checking, it's something for the future generations. It is something that will help us to move beyond the oil dependency, from economical diversity, from technology transfer, from improvement of our capabilities and economical growth. That cannot happen without focusing on local content and focusing on Saudi Arabia. Every country has to defend itself and have to put its interest on the top of the agenda and any agenda that that country have. And I think that's one perspective very important for all of us. The second perspective, in my opinion, is as a business leader. Having local content support and having local content resilience in our supply chain capability of having next day support help us to compete in the market, global market. We cannot compete in the global market without having local support, local talent, local manufacturers, local partners that will help us to transfer these technologies and build on it in the future. It's impossible. Just think about it. And we will share with you in a minute that this does not mean it is going to cost us money. Actually, with facts, when we start putting things together, local content is actually helping us to reduce the cost. I have examples of 90% reduction in cost, 90%. Some materials were taking 30 weeks, 18 weeks. Now it is just one single week. I have a group of materials. Before it takes 8 weeks to come to our plants. Now, next day. This kind of flexibility and capability is very important for any business leader. I cannot imagine a business leader who think in a bigger picture and think of a total cost of ownership can debate these numbers. The third perspective, and very important perspective in my opinion, as a father. We did not came to this economy and capability in the kingdom without the sacrifice and support and the actions of the previous generations who laid down what we have in the kingdom right now. Their actions is why we are here today. Their actions helped us to be where we are.
Absolutely.
And our actions will help the next generation. My children, my grandchildren, these generations will depend on us to act yesterday. And this is why local content is extremely important for all of us. And I don't think any one of the audience here disagree with any of these points. And I all really encourage everybody to take this as a personal target. Forget about the numbers, forget about the programs. It's a personal thing that we are responsible and accountable to present it to the future generation. So these are why this is considered to me in a personal. From Ma'aden perspective, we have launched Tharwa program. We managed, since we last launched it 2 years ago, to increase our local content by 30% as local spend, leading to 2 billion Saudi riyals in increase in these 2 years. We have, alhamdulillah, reached local content score. Last year it was 50%. This year we have got the certificate of 57%, and we are targeting 60 and more next year. And this is not an option for us because as Ma'aden is a mining industry, we depend heavily on the locals. We depend heavily on the people around our sites. We have 17 sites. We are depending on the small and medium-sized enterprises. We are extremely dependent also in economical development of the people and the human manpower capabilities.
Engineer.
This is in a nutshell. There are a lot of numbers, but I am aware that there are a lot of good stories to be told.
Absolutely.
And I will leave the floor to the others.
One-on-one interview with you in the near future. We should so much to talk about. Joseph, I go to you now. Al-Mabani, you're also involved in a lot of very significant also and critical projects here in the kingdom. It would take me time to also mention them. But what are the most significant achievements also achieved by Al-Mabani company in implementing local content strategies? And what is their impact on the company's performance, if I may say?
First, let me thank you, Walid, for having me in this panel today. And I'm proud to be actively contributing to this great event. in terms of achievements, I believe that the most important achievement that we were able to make was to transform the local content strategy from a challenge to a work culture. Today, with pride, I can say that the work content strategy is inherently part of our culture, our governance, and deeply rooted in the minds and performance of all the stakeholders in the company. We have established a local content department that monitors, controls, and oversees the implementation of the strategy. And here, forgive me if I speak as a contractor, but because I represent a contracting firm and I understand the business, we are at the tail end of the consumption, and we contribute enormously to the local content. From the very embryonic phase of the process, from the moment we embark on estimating a tender, the local content department coordinates with the estimating team to make sure that the local content score required in every tender is addressed and put together a roadmap to achieving it. In other words, in the same way, we focus on cost, we focus on schedule, it is equal focus on local content and how we are going to achieve it. So when we make our offer to the client, we offer a cost, a time, and a commitment to meet a local content score. That's in the tender phase. If we are successful in a tender, in a post-award, the local content department continues to work closely with the procurement department to make sure that the roadmap that has been established at pre-tender phase is adhered to, work together with the team, we have introduced the local content requirement on the comparative bid tab to make sure that we focus not only on the price, not only on the delivery, on the compliance with the specifications, but equally important, the achievement of the local content and the score of the suppliers and the subcontractors we are working with. And in so doing, I believe we are incentivizing the local industry, particularly the small and medium enterprises, to continue enhancing their productivity, enhancing their competitiveness, improving the quality of their products.
Thank you, Joseph, for that insightful answer. Sergi, I go to you now. How did NISMA also contribute to implementing local content tools in various contracting projects? And what are the most prominent success stories in that regard in specific? I'm sure you could share a bunch.
I can summarize them into three categories, let's say. First of all, procurement volumes for local content. What Mr. Daha just said now, we are at the tail end, meaning that clients that we have design a construction projects for certain specifications. And sometimes these specifications are depicting materials which are having technology out of kingdom. So the role of NASMA and partners and the major contractors in the kingdom is to try to localize these purchases. And the localization part of these purchases is not actually buying from a reseller, is actually made in KSA, manufactured in KSA. So part of the success stories is that the equalization formula, what is known into giving 10% preferential treatment for vendors who are in kingdom, sizes under SME, that they can deliver products into construction that they are manufactured inside the economy of KSA, so we can purchase them. So roughly speaking, as a turnover that we have done with these types of purchases, we have bought last year around 1.2 billion. The second category that I can say is roughly implementing a training program for all the nationals that NASMA has, as well as other nationals and other contractors. Since the last 10 years, roughly, we have established a school called NHTI, NASMA High Training Institute,
Okay.
And the objective of NHTI is to train carpenters, steel fixers, painter, plasterer of national. So all these nationals who go to vocational training, they spend 6 to 9 months, and they graduate, and they will go to the market. Some of them we will be able to recruit ourselves, and others will go to the other contractors, other competitors. The reason why we're doing this is that construction industry is labor intensive. It is not sitting behind the desk. It's not sitting in an AC. So it is under the sun, in Saudi Arabia, in the sand, and you have to deliver people who can do work professionally with their hands. So we have decided about this. Last 2 years, based on the engagement with NEOM, we have set up the same institute all the way in NEOM. And we have successfully made graduation of around 400 people for the last year, and all of them work for us. And this is a cyclic effect, so we continue. So in short, these two categorization of preferential treatment in local purchasing, as well as giving labor workforce the ability to know what they do. Thank you.
Briefly said. Appreciate it, Sergi. Now I go to Mr. Ian McBride. 10 year here in the kingdom from Scotland.
That's it, yes.
Life is good, huh?
All good here. Really enjoy it.
Now, at Roshan is also a giant, but you know, you guys are doing phenomenal in so many aspects. I want to also speak about, you know, what role does Roshan play also in enhancing the capabilities of local suppliers specifically and industries, and what factors also motivate the company to increase the percentage of local content across its projects?
So, first of all, thank you for organising the event to LCGPA, and thank you to everyone that spared the time to come and see us today. So, in terms of Roshan and our journey to increasing local content within our developments, there's a couple of questions there. Taking the first one about our supply chain, I think the starting point for us is we have a massive mandate that we have to deliver. That's just as Roshan. We have 400,000 homes, and on top of that, all of the communities, the public amenities, the parks, the infrastructure, the road network, transportation links, everything to build cities within cities, essentially. So the scale is massive. And what we have to be quite careful of is it's not only Roshan. If you look across PIF on its own, there are sort of 4 other giga projects, many other development companies, in addition to some of the other major programs of work that we're all excited to see coming in the next few years, World Cups, Expos. It's really mind-blowing what we're trying to achieve. And I think what's embedded in our DNA as a country is it would be a real shame if we didn't leverage that opportunity to create a long-lasting suite of industries that survive long beyond the ultimate construction boom that's coming in the next couple of years. So what we've really tried to do as Roshan is focus right from the outset of the design of our communities, thinking about local content, thinking about the local supply chain, and really turning some levers to make sure we can get some early and quick wins as we try to support the local industries to grow. And these are very simple, you know, standardizing your product. If you standardize your product and components, it becomes much easier for the supply chain to focus on these standardized components. On top of that, when we sort of started on our journey, there was an intent to use well-known designers, lead design consultants. A lot of these consultants were established in Dubai and outside of Saudi. So first of all, we moved away from that. We've encouraged the establishment of regional headquarters in Saudi. We will only, where we can, contract with the local entity in Saudi Arabia. And in doing that, we encourage these designers. You know, we just won't accept them going out and generating a design that specifies products that are available in Europe or the Americas or the UAE. If we're paying a designer to design a project located in Saudi, then the equal or equivalent list should specify the Saudi product that's available. So that's the first step. From there, we've then sort of taken the initiative to go out early in the design process and really start working with the supply chain to spec our products. What that means is we've had a great success working with the main contracting partners, that once we run the tender, within our BOQs, we tend to have PC rates against most of the materials. So essentially what that means is Roshan will go to the contracting partner and say, we need your expertise in terms of how we build. But from a material selection point of view, we've already gone out and selected a local material. We've already standardized that material across 400,000 homes. And we've already negotiated preferential prices because of that economy of scale. So rather than negotiating with the supply chain on one project at a time, we're negotiating on multi-billions worth of reals. And that does two things. Number one, it helps our contractors find and use local products without having to defer back to the 10% price preference, because in our experience, we found the local supply chain is more competitive and lower risk because we're not bringing from outside.
Local suppliers are
more competitive locally, yeah.
Interesting.
Now again, that's in Roshan's experience. At the moment, our master plans are residential, sort of repetitive commercial offices. We're in a completely different situation than NEOM that are doing unique signature buildings. So at the moment, it is easier for us, I would say, to leverage the local supply chain.
Absolutely.
The other thing that allows us to do, moving away from our contractors, is it allows us to signpost our demand early to the industry. If we standardize, I'll take one example that we've had a great success. We worked closely with wooden door manufacturers here in Saudi. So Saudi Arabia is blessed with many things. Extensive forestry is not one of them. So it's a component that we have to get the raw materials from outside. But what it allows us to do, rather than buying a finished door product from outside, we worked with the local suppliers, signposted our demand so they know exactly how many doors we need and when, allowing them to ramp up their manufacture. We give offtake agreements, we sign master purchase agreements with these suppliers to give the confidence to allow them to expand their capacity. And I think that has really helped. I mean, some of the numbers sticking on the doors, as an example, if you take all of our requirement for internal wooden doors and lay those doors end to end, it would reach from Riyadh to Tokyo. It's just a mind-blowing amount we need. So being able to, from an early stage, get all of our partners from the supply chain on board and committed to achieving the same goal, it makes it a lot easier to improve the local content scores.
Absolutely, absolutely, yeah. Absolutely. It is a great time to be in the kingdom.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Appreciate your answer, Jan. Thank you for that. Engineer Abdullah, Executive Director at NEOM. Absolute pleasure. Welcome again. I want to ask you, Engineer, also, how do local content programs in NEOM affect the selection of companies and suppliers for different projects?
Thank you, Walid. NEOM is not just about really building assets. It's about creating an economy. We are supporting Vision 2030 in designing and promoting zero carbon, circular economy, and innovative architecture to diversify the Saudi economy. Of the things just to answer that question about qualification, normally, because of our scope is huge, NEOM scope is huge, so we go through qualifying contractor to look at their technical capabilities, to build our assets. We look at their financial capacity, and we encourage basically our contractor to JV with international contractors to transfer knowledge. So in that process, they do two things. They increase their financial capacity and they transfer knowledge to become similar to those international contractors and be able to do projects elsewhere in the world. Some of the things we brag of in NEOM, one of the major projects that serves an example of success is the green hydrogen in Oxagon.
Yep.
It's a pivotal advancement in establishing a new industry within NEOM and Saudi Arabia. This initiative will create opportunities and stimulate economic growth and diversification. We also, like I mentioned earlier, we engage with our suppliers in Saudi Arabia, primarily to give them visibility of what's coming their way. We share with them a specification, we share with them timeline. This way, we prepare them to be ready for receiving our requirement. One of the things that normally we hear from some of our partners, you need this in 3 months, and we approach the local market, and the local market cannot meet 3 months. The local market will, hence we need to import that from abroad. So to mitigate that, we made sure our local suppliers are aware of what's coming their way. And that's not to say that our partners, the contractor, are not doing that, and we look at them to do that as well, because we expect them also to do the same. Go and see everything manufactured in Saudi Arabia that will help build these assets, give them visibility of what's coming, as a matter of fact, and engage with them in long-term engagement. We look for their participation and contribution to this effort.
Mohandas, engineer, thank you so much for that insightful and informative also answer as well. You give a bunch of great examples also, which very realistically also is important to all of the contractors and the vendors as well, working with huge companies like NEOM and others. Engineer Abdullah, I come back to you. By the way, my esteemed and dear panelists, I have about 16 minutes. As much as you can, let's brief our answers. I would love to have more time with you. I'm sure also the audience as well, but you know, time is not on our side. So, Engineer Abdullah, going to you, what factors also have driven Ma'aden to prioritize local content, and how does this communication align with Ma'aden's broader goals of strengthening the mining sector and supporting the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia's Vision 20, I would say our beloved Kingdom's Vision 2030?
Yeah, thank you. As mentioned, that Ma'aden is a mining company, and the mining business is a commodity business. Customers of such industry require two things: sustainability of the product and the quality of the product, receiving on time, and very competitive cost. Local content is contributing in these two main advantages, or let's say critical competencies, directly. So there is a myth going on that local content is increasing cost. Look at the total cost of ownership, and you will find out that we are speaking about, on average, I did my math, around 16% total cost of ownership is from total cost of ownership. Local content make you competitive from cost perspective. Your cost of operations, that is not the price alone. The price and putting the material in the warehouse and managing that material, getting it in the right time, the downtime for your equipment, all that is cost. And from quality, we found out the local manufacturing are the top, one of the top, if not the top, from quality. So local content, in order for us to reach our own vision, which is becoming 10 times our size, looking at 2020, Hopefully by 2040, we will be 10 times the current size we have. In order for us to do that, we need these two competencies available. So cost, quality, faster, reliability, resilience in our supply chain, reducing the risk of geopolitical or economical risk. All that local content is directly improving it and enhancing it and giving us a competitive edge. And that's why it is driver for such company like Ma'aden to be in such industry of commodity.
Greatly said, engineer, and also reliefly, I would say, said to many also, as you said also, you clarified a very important also math that was going on, which is not true. Appreciate that. Mr. Joseph, I go back to you. How would you describe also the relationship between the local content program or content program and the success of the company's projects that are on the ground?
No, our commitment to this local content strategy is driving us to expand our local supply chain relationship and further to establish more relations with local suppliers, explore material alternatives, and seek value engineering to be able to achieve the local content strategy and achieve the targeted scores. From a base certificate of 37% in 2020, we're up to 45% in 2022 and 44% in 2023. By implementing the local content strategy, we in Al Mabani and every contractor in the market is actively contributing to the development of the national economy. And I believe that it is our obligation and our responsibility as local contractors to leverage this unprecedented and unique construction boom in the kingdom to spur economic growth and beef up the local capabilities. In an environment, in an economy where trillions of riyals are to be spent in relatively a short period of time on mega unprecedented projects, it is the obligation of every one of us to make sure that at least half of the spending is being reinvested in the country to make sure that the economy grows sustainably and the vision is supported sustainably.
Great, yeah. Good answer. Appreciate that, and appreciate that vision too as well. By the way, مسار رياضي متى? When is it? What should we expect?
قسم منه خلص والاسم الأكبر على الطريق.
We're waiting. That was unscripted, by the way. So let me go to you, Mr. Sergi. So I want to also speak about the role of cooperation between major companies and the government in promoting local content in building and construction projects.
Between several companies, all right. The government has decided several programs. And I'm not sure if you know that there is the WAD program that is done by the Human Resource Ministry. And it says roughly that each company has to train co-op students, internship students, people available in the market. NASMA has signed with the government, with JRDF, a 50,000 commitment until 2025. As far as cooperations between all these companies, that each company can do the same. And at the end, we end up with having the WAD being delivered. This is part number one. Part number two is that each company has as well its own initiatives. So we have the Tarmeem program. Tarmeem, as it says, is rehabilitation, reconstruction of unfortunate family member houses in the community. So Tarmeem is a non-profit organization. It's not NASMA. So that non-profit organization identifies houses that needs to be repaired. We engage with them on two levels. We give them people as volunteering, and these volunteers are all young Saudis and female Saudis to paint, carpet, provide a bed. As well as Tarmeem themselves, they will identify a minimum. The agreement now we have that they need to identify 20 entrepreneurial personnel from the community itself. Harad, Shadkam, Hawiya, all of these small villages, and they will construct, they will do the construction. Our role as NASMA is to give them the safety standards, the quality standards, the application standards, the administrative tasks, so that micro SME becomes bigger, becomes more handy for it to be delivered. So cooperation between government level is wider program, and there are initiatives for each construction sector, like the example of Tarbin. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Sergio. Well said. My good Scottish friend. I go to you now. Now, Roshan, of course. How has Roshan's also commitment to local content influenced its relationship with the supplier and the quality of local products, and what also are what impacts also have you observed on Roshan's overall performance in general?
Well, to start at the end, it's improved our performance. I think over our 4-year journey that we've been on as Roshan, our construction has got more efficient, our construction's got more local, and our product has continually improved that we're offering to our customer. And I think all of which are linked. It goes back to my earlier point. I really don't see a disconnect between local content and having to sacrifice cost competitiveness or time or quality. I think they all work together. The supply chain, by engaging with them early and taking them on the journey with us, are super open to develop the product that we need as their customer and our customers need as the residents in our community. So we're not going to suppliers and saying, what can we pick from a catalogue of what's available locally? No, they'll develop a product that we need. They have the expertise here to do it. And on some of the more nuanced products, we're actively trying to bring foreign manufacturers to invest in Saudi as part of our drive to foreign direct investment, giving them land. Roshan are giving capital equity injections to get them to set up and transfer their knowledge here in Kingdom. So we have a few initiatives working around that, but I think everything goes hand in hand, and it's a great initiative that is genuinely working on the ground at the moment. We just need to make sure we harness it and keep the momentum going as the pressure builds to deliver these mega projects over the next couple of years. We can't take our eye off the good groundwork that's been done so far.
Appreciate that. Really said, Diane. Thank you for the answer. Engineer Abdullah, what are NUM's also strategies to enhance the local content and make the most of the projects at the national economic level?
Yeah, just as I mentioned earlier, I think what we are building really, we could reach very high percentage of local content. So whether it's electrical, MEP related, whether it's rebar, whether it's so basically the majority of the material and equipment we need is available locally, in Saudi Arabia. So again, what we do, we may not have in some of the industry the capacity to meet our demand. So that's what we are doing. We're educating.
That's a good question.
Our suppliers basically to know what's coming their way. And we actually tell our contractors, look, this is what we're going to build in the future. If you don't have the skills to build on top of the mountain or something like that, go out there, find contractors the best in the world, bring them in your own, bring them as partner, build it together.
That's generous.
Learn the knowledge. We encourage that because that's how we develop our company. That's how we develop our contractors. It's all complete.
And that's Vision 2030. To be honest, it's supporting the local content. So absolutely.
Absolutely. So that's again, and I heard from my colleague here, Nasma, development the SMEs. That's very important because the SMEs are the ones which create jobs, you know? So developing them, knowing the process, complete process, not just basically hands-on, but the complete process, finance-related, safety-related, quality-related. That's very important to develop those small countries. And we look forward to see some of those small enterprises doing jobs in Tabuk, doing jobs in Tema, doing jobs in the areas of Tabuk regions.
Engineer Abdullah.
Thank you.
It's like music to my ears. I'm sure also so many also here also of people hearing that, you know, especially you know the Tabuk region as well, who you are also supporting. It's been a very educational, also an informative session to me. Thank God, it's still not done. I still have one more question with each one of you. Engineer Abdullah, I want to ask you also about what are the key insights as well also, or best practices for Ma'aden's local content journey?
Yeah, I will be very quick. I listed 5 best practices, and in my opinion, and based on our experience, the first thing, winning the heart and minds of the people and make the people believe in this mission. If they don't believe it, and I don't mean only the top leadership, also the bottom leadership and the bottom workforce, which is very important. The second, make compliance easy. What I mean by that, automate and help people to be compliant with the regulations. If you don't make it easy, people will start getting lazy and they will go to the old habits.
Absolutely.
3, you need to develop the people and make sure that the people is understanding, capable, they can run things, because if you start there, you will end right. And the 4th thing, in my opinion, is making ecosystem. Meaning, you need to build partnerships to help your suppliers, existing suppliers, to help your new investors, build that ecosystem and build the capability around it. And the last thing, in my opinion, is making people or the leadership and the functions have skin in the game. What I mean of that, this is not one single function within the organization. This is the whole organization. And when we have a goal that is a whole enterprise, that goal needs to be distributed to the whole, so everybody has a skin in the game. And that's, in our experience, made a huge difference in our numbers.
Thank you so much, Engineer. Appreciate that. Mr. Joseph, we spoke about challenges also. What challenges does Al Mabani also face in implementing local content strategies, and how are they being overcome?
I'm glad you addressed this question to me, because I'll be talking about on behalf of Al Mabani and possibly on behalf of many contractors who are facing the same challenges and issues. Well, the first one would be the market challenge, which is competitiveness, quality, and availability. But this challenge is subsiding by the day, improving every day, because the local local industry is improving its quality. It's becoming more and more competitive and making available the goods and services and the products that are required by the local demand, as the Minister of His Excellency, the Minister of Industry stated yesterday. The second challenge, we face it in projects that are financed by export credit agencies. In such projects, the export credit agency requires that the contractor benefiting from the funding, from the financing, procures at least 25 to 50% of that funding amount from the native country in terms of machinery, equipment, material, services, and goods. And this process, this mechanism, adversely impacts our ability to achieve our score in terms of local content. And this is one reason why in 2023, we went back from a 45% score to a 44%, whilst we were aspiring to achieve 47 and 48%. And here, if you allow me, I would like to seize the opportunity to ask the authority to exclude such project scoring when averaging or computing the corporate score of a company, as not to be impacted by situations that are beyond our control. Because here we have to balance. Sometimes the local content primes and is above everything, but in projects where credit agency financing is offered, we have to understand that this also serves the purpose of the national economy.
Absolutely.
A third,
appreciate it, surgery.
very quickly.
Yes.
The third and very important challenge are specifications. As we said, we are at the tail end of the process. Sometimes we face situations where specifications direct us to go and buy material from the foreign markets. Here I appeal to the development companies who are with us today and all the development companies to make sure when they assign a design development and to a design firm to ensure that these design firms are familiar with the local market and specify local products. We confront on many occasions situations where we have to buy from overseas while similar products are available in the market, serve the purpose without affecting the functionality or the safety of the system.
Thank you, Joe.
Last but not least, okay, go ahead.
You'll get me fired from
Yeah.
I only have, I'm sorry, I only have a minute left. So, Sergi, please. My question to you is this also, how can your previous also success in developing local content motivate other companies to follow the same approach?
So let us assume we're several construction companies.
Yeah.
I'm going to continue what Mr. Daher just said, is that
Sure.
we want the designers to design locally, full point. We don't want any more design coming from somewhere else. When we say that we want furniture, let us say, furniture has to be in Kingdom fabricated and it has to be specified in our contracts. Just a typical example. So cooperation between all can happen. We have an organization, which is the Saudi Council of Engineers, that we ought to talk to them, all of us, and say, we want Made in KSA to be designed. Thank you.
Made in KSA, I like that. Roshan, Mr. Ian, how can projects like, I was going to go to Neum first, but you know, it's Roshan then Neum.
Yeah, I don't want to answer.
Based on Roshan's experiences, what are the best practices also, or key insights that would you recommend as well for other companies seeking to elevate local content in their operation? And how can these lessons be scaled to maximize national impact?
So look, I think just to stick with.
I'm sorry, I'm squeezing you
No,
guys
it's okay.
at time, but
Just-
you know,
just to stick
I'm getting red alerts.
To stick with the theme, taking us right back to where I started in my first answer, and I'm glad I said it because it's an emotional subject, I think. The advice I would give: designs are very, very important, especially to clients, because it sets the tone of what you think you're buying. So again, coming back to the very first point of where I started, and it's what we've tried to do, and I'd encourage everyone to follow on. Design for local content, design for local procurement, and design for the local market. And if we can come away from today's session with that message given, I think you'll have 3 very happy
customers,
happy panelers here on the screen.
Emotional it is. Yeah, I appreciate that answer.
Thank you.
I'm going to go to, of course, Engineer Abdullah from Neum. How come projects will also, like Neum, serve as a role model for other companies in promoting local content and stimulating innovations?
Yeah, innovation is in the core business of Neum. For that reason, we have established a sector for innovation in Neum. And again, innovation, we are establishing factories, MMC, modern modular construction in Neum. Also, we are looking at automating by robotic rebar cut and bending and cage making, basically to expedite that will give better quality, lessen the number of workers at site, that will translate into safer environment as well. So innovation is in our core business as well. So I don't want to take too much time to explain that.
Engineer, you're the boss.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You said it quite well. I want to say I appreciate every single panelist here. It was, you know, I enjoyed it. I was educated. I was informed. There was knowledge. I hope also our dear audience here enjoyed it. I want to also thank the local content forum for the opportunity to be here. كل الشكر أيضا للمنظمين على هذا المنتدى سواء كان from every way possible. I think it was great, so I appreciate it. Thank you. Can we give them a round of applause?
Thank you, Walid. Thank you.
They deserve it. I appreciate it. Thank you all, and we'll be in touch. We'll keep in touch. Assalamu alaikum.
عليكم السلام.
شكرا للزميل وليد وكل الشكر لضيوفه الكرام وضيوفنا. ما هي أبرز المواضيع المتعلقة بأثر المحتوى المحلي وسياسته بالقطاع الصحي؟ نتعرف على هذه المواضيع في جلستنا السابعة والتي يقدمها الأستاذ محمد بن عبد الله الحسن.
الله يعزك شكرا. لا الله يعزك. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. مستمرين في فقراتنا معكم وأجدد الترحيب بالجلسة السابعة وضيوفي.
And our guest here in this session, His Excellency Engineer Hissam Al-Jad'i.
Also His Highness Engineer Khalid Al-Hizami, the Vice Minister for the Ministry of Health for Admin. Also Al-Bathi from NIPCO, His Highness, His Excellency Dr. Yasser Al-Abeda, CEO for Ster Pharma, and my fifth guest is Dr. Saeed Al-Shammari, the CEO for NABD for Medical Industries. And on behalf of all of you, we welcome our seventh session.
أهلا وسهلا بكم جميعا ومساكم الله بالخير.
Good afternoon to all of you, the health sector, and and it's inside things. It's a sector that's lively and that's full of local content, all its details, specifications, accompanying sector. How about this this health sector? I have COO for Food and Drug Authority. I will ask you about the factors of applying local content in the health sector, role of innovation, use technologies. We would like to hear in the beginning of our session from Your Highness about this, from Your Excellency about this topic. Thank you. Perhaps I can start with congratulating the Local Content Authority for organizing this forum, in fact, and its amplified effect, and also the efforts that are achieving many results in the previous period, lifting overall the local content impact. The health sector has done a significant job in this regard. For example, in the FDA, Food and Drug Authority, we're a supervisory authority, but we also enable the private sector enable them to match and meet the local content. In the FDA, we have 100% Saudization, but our expanded effect for this can be larger than only our mere Saudization. And alhamdulillah, thanks God to God, the factories of medical devices by the end of year 2021 were not more than 50 to 60 factories. At the moment, we have arrived at 165 factories. So in the last 3 years, we have had a large increase in the number of factories, plus the pharma factories. For many years, they were approximately 30 factories, but at the moment, they are 58 factories for medicals in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. There is much enthusiasm, there is much giving and impact, and there is availability of those products, and there is procuring of those products by the health sectors. There is a supportive environment by all the government entities. Thanks, yes, Your Excellency, today in the public sector and private sector, you're applying technologies in connection with enhancing local content. How are these efforts aligned? How does the private and public sector align? Particularly in this forum, we have both sectors. Alhamdulillah, such a session is not the first time that we work together. We have all met before. We have discussed in meetings such as this one. We have the other entities with us around the clock. We have the teams. We have the joint working teams to define the products that are in the mandatory list and that should have the mandate of local content, and these will be common among all the government entities in terms of effort to support the local producers in such regard. In the authority, for example, we have a number of projects. One of those is the partnership project, partnerships and support. We have the Da'im program for local factories to qualify them, not to give them penalties, but to uplift their standards. And we have worked with factories working in the food industry and to check that they can lift their quality and they can export to outside of the kingdom. We have a number of factories, including factories of dates in Al Ahsa region or Al Ahsa Governorate. We have the olive factories in the north of the kingdom. We have the flower and rose factories in Al Taif Governorate. All these are means of support. As well, we have paths for registration and support for the private sector to facilitate registration and also provide consultants for them upon their registration. Engineer Hamid Al-Hazami, the Vice Minister of Health for this specialty, in enhancing local content and helping local content, as His Excellency the Doctor has talked about alignment between public and private sector, use technologies. We would also like to hear from you. Thank you, Brother Muhammad. In the name of Allah, peace, mercy, and blessing be upon you. Prayers be upon our Prophet. First, we congratulate the authority on this wonderful event. And if you allow me, dear, with my colleagues as well, before I delve into the answer, I would like first to indicate what's the importance of local content in the public and the health sector. The health sector is 10% of the GDP. In the kingdom, it's 7%. So it's a large proportion of the local economy. This 10% that we are talking about at a global level increases year after year, which means that expenditure on health services will grow more than the growth of the global economy as a whole. So this indicates how important it is to focus on this sector in terms of growth. And perhaps you must know that we need health security and health safety, which is also evidence that the health sector is very important and significant. Brother Muhammad, also another point that's very important, that the health sector is very diverse. Health sector is not only medicine, pharmaceuticals, medical devices. It includes services, beneficiaries. It includes imported services and imported services. Maybe the health sector now is the highest sector in terms of maintenance requirements, plus food and catering, plus cleaning services, maybe IT services, security services. It's a high demand sector. So in order for us to provide this health service with local content, we need all these services to be on the same level and capacity, with a focus, of course, on the medicine and medical devices, as the doctor has said, and as my colleagues will elaborate. If we take all these in consideration, we will push the agenda of the local content in the health sector. We need to focus on medical products. We need to focus on manpower, which constitute a large and a significant part of this agenda. As we spoke in the first point regarding the local content, health sector in the GDP proportion is 10%. And this is because of a gap between supply and demand. So in order for us to increase the capacity of the kingdom and capability of the kingdom in terms of manpower, technologies and products, it's very important to utilize local content to grow more and more. And now I would like to leave the room for my colleagues to elaborate. Okay, now I move to you, Mr. Fahad Al-Budhi, National Company for Unified Procurement. Of course, you're an expert in this. Now we are delving deep in your role as an entity in supporting local content in the health sector. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most gracious, first I would like to congratulate Mr. Abdulrahman Al-Simari and the working team for this wonderful forum, successful forum that inshallah will have significant impacts swiftly. First, NIPCO as a company, as a unified procurement company, its main arm in implementing initiatives that the government utilizes, including nationalization, local content, supporting local content. The company started its work and initiatives in partnership with the local content authority by means of applying and implementing mechanisms, partnering with the private sector, as well as some initiatives in 2018. In year 2018, the first tender was at that time for local content, including all products for local content exclusively. So a tenderer could not apply unless they're using 100% local content. That was a very successful initiative. Afterwards, we started supporting local content by implementing mechanisms, by applying the conditions of local content, mandatory lists of local content, etc. So to enhance those initiatives, we at the moment we're moving towards raising awareness with the producers, local factories, in terms of market demand. This is a result of having many data and detailed data with the companies about the demand of the health sector in the kingdom. After that, we move towards enhancing partnerships between us and between local content authorities and regulatory authorities such as FDA, including as well beneficiary entities in the health sector. We must have partnerships that aim to support local content. In those, we start the implementation, and now we have, as a result, we have the nationalization agreements, which had appeared in the media a while ago, and this is a result of this integration. Now I move to Dr. Yasser Abeda, CEO of Sder Pharma. Of course, you as well, you have a different role in enhancing local content in the health sector, and your role in the whole sector in general. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most gracious. In fact, I am not sure what to say. We have a wonderful journey. This wonderful journey is a journey of a product. I will tell you the story of this product. It's a very important product that treats multiple myeloma, one of the difficult diseases. This product had a success story in how fast it was registered with the FDA and how fast it was nationalized completely. And then we had that tender with NIPCO, and we got the support from the teams in the local content authority that this product can be a mandatory list item. And this is the product that has acted as a successful Saudi story that's used to treat tumors, and it's being treated and it's being produced completely locally in Sder factories, and it had an essential impact on companies. I'm just telling you this simple story about this product, and you can build on this the story of Ghars. We have nationalized 24 products. For this upcoming year, we have inshallah 33 products to be nationalized. All these products, if we look at the programs on local content, the support from NIPCO, support from the FDA, as well in terms of local manufacturing, this all falls under medicine security or medical security. Medical security is a main pillar of national security. Assume, for example, let's take for imagination that KSA will live 1 week without insulin? What will happen to people? What will happen to other elements? So alhamdulillah, praise be to God, one of the programs that we have now, partially by the local owned content authority, is to nationalize insulin. Alhamdulillah, praise be to God. After 10 years, I was trying with international companies to nationalize insulin. From the offtake agreement, we have been able to sign with Global Health, with a global company, to nationalize biological insulin. That is very important to all the patients in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. These programs are many. They have large impacts on the sector. As Dr. Professor Abu Abdul-Ilah has mentioned, we started with a few factories. Now we have 57 factories approximately. So in terms of local content, we have had momentum. Now factories, in maybe 40 years we were trying to increase the number, but now within 5 only to 6 years we have been able to manage such an increase. So the kingdom now is coming to a new stage. We're not talking about only local content at the local level. We're speaking about production locally and exportation to the adjacent regions and neighboring countries. This is all with the support of the National Content, Local Content Authority. Yeah, now I move to the CEO to Nabd Company for medical manufacturing. From another aspect, about supporting local content and GDP with the health sector. Yeah, the floor is yours. Praise be to God. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you for organizing this event. Thank you for hosting me. I feel relieved that this is the second forum and we are seeing amazing results. This indicates that we are able in this nation to work and success in all sectors. We can produce, we can manufacture, not only in the health sector. In Nabd factory for medical manufacturing, we specialize in highly sophisticated medical devices and equipment. Why? Because nationalizing this industry is required at the nation level, but also transferring of technology, of training about this high-tech, high qualification medical device and equipment is a high demand in the market. So the brothers in the FDA or brothers in the Ministry of Industry, represented by perhaps some departments or the local content authority, plus the colleagues in NIPCO. It's a whole ecosystem, comprehensive system. There is a regulator, Ministry of Industry, represented by Mudun, supports factories, gives them facilitation, and also NIPCO is a platform that after we have our effort and we're tired and we make all the efforts, we are registered with NIPCO. So sometimes I deal with people and they are not able to see the impact of nationalization of this local content that people are working on in the Saudi street, in the hospitals and other places. This indicates that we have such a high demand. National factories exist. And as His Excellency Dr. Hisham said, we are having more and more factories, but because of how large this gap is, we still need this support by investors, this implementation of new factories. We're saying that the gap is very large and needs to be bridged. So there are still opportunities, Dr. Saeed? Yes, sure. The tenders are floated by NIPCO. Look at the percentage of local content and non-local contents in the tenders. There's a very big gap, so it's a very rich environment. There is very high potential. I've spoken to His Excellency Dr. Hisham a while ago. I've had one global company that's a pioneer in manufacturing medical devices. They want to work with us, Nabd, to manufacture this medical device that's highly sophisticated. What does this mean? It means that we have high standard. It means that the Saudi market is large. Yes, we are a large market. We have European, American factories. And alhamdulillah, Dr. Hisham, His Excellency, has told us that we have now many agreements with some countries in the region, some Gulf countries, to accept the Saudi products that are certified by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia that other markets can utilize based on this certification. So all the factories now in Saudi are only a portion of the potential in Saudi Arabia. Thanks, Doctor, Your Excellency. I would like, and I'm happy with this logical sequence that we're having in the discussion. Now back to you, Dr. Hisham, in terms of alignment, standards, these experiences. This indicates that we have international standards that increase the reliability of Saudi products and also amplify the local content impact. There are also some regulations that are inclusive and comprehensive. How do you work on such regulations in the authority, and what impact can we expect now and in the future, Doctor? Yes, in terms of criteria and regulation, they are a very important part of ensuring product safety, also the health of the beneficiary, of the patient, and the consumer. But these are also of a very high value to the producer and manufacturer. Why? Because this manufacturer or producer, when they work with minimal regulation, it's easy to enter the market. They will get quick profits, but these profits will not be sustainable if they are under-regulated. The quality of regulation, the quality of supervision gives the investor and the manufacturer not one tender, two tenders, not one market. It gives them more and more markets, even to the global level. So in the FDA was established in 2003. It started with very high standards, since established, supported by the Kingdom of the Custodian of Two Holy Mosques. It had received the capabilities and the support. We need the regulations, we need standards, we need a team that can set standards, that can apply these standards wisely and in balance. After that, in such an entity, the FDA, then we can go to the level of global alignment. The standards we have at the moment are not on a discretion level, but there must be aligned with the ICH or RMDF or HWP on the global level for medical devices and products. A few weeks back, we also joined the Global Coalition for IMDRF for medical devices, along with other memberships and global coalitions. Now we are members of more than 200 committees, including subgroups, to set criteria and standards. So we contribute to setting standards, aiming that these standards will also serve us. Vice versa. So next period, we have a meeting in Geneva. In that meeting, in the Kingdom delegation from the government sector, we have representatives. From the private sector, we have representatives. In this meeting about standardization and regulation, to make sure that if we have a standard that will negatively impact our private sector, we can discuss with that, because such impact is discussed always in these meetings that are transparent, so we can give our feedback. So this means that our products can have access to the global markets, and our standards are not only limited to the local level in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Today we are seeing many countries that started requesting that they adopt the criteria and standards of Saudi Arabia. We've signed an appendix to an agreement with the supervisory entity in Al Bahrain Kingdom. They have relied on our registration to be accepted by them as means of accredited registration. Yeah, so this is how you ensure the quality of local products. Or are there also other means to measure the quality of national and local products in the health sector? These criteria give you quality, safety, and support to the investor in the long term. Setting the standard is part of the quality. Then we have the implementation phase. Implementation, supervision, inspection, and very clearly with local and international factories, we say transparently that we apply the highest standards. This may result in short-term losses or penalties, but in the long term, these have major benefits. So we are very strict in our measures and our standards, but at the same time, in balance. We don't say this is a local factory, we will be a little bit tolerant. No, we don't do that, because this will be negative in the long term for this factory, for example. Yes, I will go back to you, Doctor, on the topic of vision, but I would like to move now, if you allow me, to Engineer Al-Hazami. How can the ministry today expand the scope of local content in the private sector? And we also would like to shed the light on the opportunities available in the market in terms of local content. Thanks, Brother Muhammad. Perhaps I can start with the point that Dr. Saeed has mentioned when he spoke about investors, when he invited the investors. Today, the ministry can support this topic in multiple means and tools.
Of course, it's important for the coming stage
for the technical part for the local content in the health sector. Today, in the health sector, it depends mostly on the business sector, and it's not very easy to enter this sector. Today, if the investors come to invest in this sector, we find that, for example, doctors, they have a technical part or a background on this. And today we depend on the ideas of the employees to link the investment part. And today, globally, we find out that the biggest sector in the investment sector is the health sector, and it's the sector that increases rapidly because it is very attractive for investments, because the health sector, of course, it increases and improves a lot, and also it has resilience because even in the pandemic we find out that it improves. It didn't affect negatively. And one of the points that we are working on nowadays is, in addition to many efforts that you already know, and actually this is a very important point as mentioned by Mr. Said, and that's what we see in this sector. Of course, it opens the opportunities. If you allow me, what is the role of the ministry in the integration between the local content and the health sector? How do you work on this? Today, of course, all the efforts that we are working on, today, one of the ways that we are depending on is the value-based healthcare. And of course, this is big, and maybe you would not know the meaning of this. Maybe if you have a problem or that is hard to be treated, and the budgets for these medicine, maybe they need to be improved. Today we find many engagements in the private sector based on the patient's outcomes, and based on that we consider the budgets instead of we have all these services, all health services, depending on a specific outcome, of course, because it's a win-win. If the company is confident of its service, it will be more encouraged to give these services and to work on them. Of course, do you have like standards to improve and enhance this sector? Of course, we have two criteria. Of course, I am responsible of this. The value of the services provided is the outcome, of course, and this is a goal that we have. One of the main goals that we have in the ministry is to enhance the budget compared to the value and in the private sector as well. And of course, we have many efforts in working with the insurance companies, and they have many initiatives that we will see this year and the coming year also. I want to ask you how NIPCO is working on the strategies in enhancing this sector. Of course, there are many steps that we worked on in enhancing the local content influence, as I mentioned before. in a period in 2018, we found competitions in the local content in order to experience if it has or it gives better opportunities and to work on the local content. After that, we moved to apply or the full application for the policies by the competition with NIPCO with the many criteria to see and to enhance and improve this point. We also transferred to a stage where we apply the applications with the localization projects, and of course we signed 13 agreements and we localized these health agreements with the localization programs. We also signed commitment agreements for 2 products, the insulin product for a 7-year agreement, as mentioned by the doctor. And these are several programs that we are trying to apply with the local content because they are a part of the process. Also, we participate in many conferences, health conferences, globally or internationally or nationally, and of course the discussions that we have with the global companies with the high quality products. We focus on the localization point. Of course, there are many initiatives by the company to support the local content and to support the local products. There are many points that we focused on to support the local products in order to improve it. There are many offers for the companies. We reached out to 87% of them by the competitions. So this, of course, has a great effect, and we applied the retail program based on the budget, as mentioned by the Commission, and of course sometimes the local content cannot bring the budget like the Chinese products. That's why they depend on the retail programs in order to work on the local content, in order to support it. There are many programs that we worked on with the colleagues in the Commission, and thank God, I think that the outcome for the local content that we reached on 4.5 billion, that's the local products. We hope in the future and in the coming years we will reach out to 5.8 to 6 billion. This is the question and the information about the success story of NIPCO. I want to ask Mr. Yasser how to empower these manufacturing system, and in the public sector, especially in the private sector, how do these success stories improve and enhance the local content? Of course, there are some empowerments and some programs like the budget prioritization, and these programs has great effect on improving the products in Saudi Arabia, and there are many projects that have great effects on the local or the Saudi manufacturing system. of course, now the kingdom is working on the local content, and it works on the hard programs. All of these programs, of course, empowered the private sector, and it has a positive effect on the performance of many medicine companies. One of the success stories, if you can mention, I mentioned the story of the product for cancer that we had in Dare. Some of the products that we produced, we count the availability of this product for the patient. We reached out to the target 3 days. That of course, this is a problem for the patients, the delay of taking the medicine. Of course, it has a great positive on us. The good part for the local content, and we need to mention it, all of those responsible for the local content, they visited the factories. So visiting the factories is something positive. Dr. Saeed, you talked about the opportunities. How do you work on NABD, on discovering these opportunities and enhancing them? We in NABD, we have worked on the products in technology. Sometimes we rely on technology. Of course, some of the products need a long journey for the agreement until the product reaches the market, especially in the of course, we thank the Saudi embassy in Spain, as we took this from Spain. In the embassies in different countries, of course, they have positive effect on connecting and linking. Of course, the international factors need to take these examples. Sometimes they need confirmations by some links in order to connect with the representatives of the kingdom in these countries. Also, the local content is, of course, a target, but as I mentioned, it has a bigger value, and for the sectors that have these strategies. How can you confirm that these products can work on the market? Of course, in the 20 coming years, we know that the market is very big and it will not be fulfilled. So we are working on taking these local products into a global way, and from 15 to 20 years, we know that the market is very big and we have great products. And the important point is the human resources, as mentioned by Mr. Fahd. The Saudi content may be with a greater budget than the other products, and we know that, of course, the budget in China is cheaper than here, or maybe it's equal. As mentioned by the industry ministry, maybe there is a problem with automation, and we know that the average is the same in the whole world. Maybe it's different, or they have automation programs. We need to work or to prioritize and see where is the budget going in order to know the programs and to support in the Ministry of Industry. And of course now they need the score to be developed. If you reach the score 2, you need to be supported. As we know, the Syria program, and they supported us with 300,000 reals, and this is a great optimistic way or spirit, and I want to conclude this session. What do you have in the Commission that it aligns with the Vision 2030? Before I talk about the future, I have 2 points in my mind. The first one is talking about the food. Of course, we know that there is a great increase in producing the food, and we have this from business to business. For example, if we talk about chickens, we know that it was 40% for many years, and now we have 70% of this sector that it's local. And one of the biggest companies, some of them, they were taking from the local products, and especially in some other products. And today we have this percentage to 94%, and now they mentioned in many meetings, they found out that these local products with higher quality, and they are suitable for people. The other point I want to mention, when we are talking about the local content, and as mentioned by my colleagues, we don't talk only about the products locally. If we talk about the high techniques, what is the effect on transforming this knowledge? And those who are working on these factories, they may produce new factories. Of course, the country support these medicines with millions, because we know that there will be industrial revolutions in the coming years. We know that there is a great knowledge transformation. And of course, we know we are optimistic because we see that in these factories we are working on these, and we have many facilitations for them. We also have meetings with the companies and the universities to have incentives for these who are working, and we are linking them together with the factories. We have all these meetings, continuous meetings with the private sector, in order to support them and to monitor them more. If you would like to conclude the session, I want to say that we need to focus on some points. The first one is the hypothetical health. It's a great opportunity because it crosses the all the borders, of course, not only to enhance the imports. This is one of the easiest ways to invest, and we are pioneering in this field. The other point is the mortality, and of course the mortality records. We need to have them to solve our problems with the private sector. What does affect the age for the Saudi people? How can we treat all of these illnesses? I think that this is a goal for all of us. Thank you very much. If you would like to conclude, Mr. Fahad. Actually, I would like to confirm the great efforts with all the sectors in supporting the local content and localization, and one of the goals that we need is to improve the quality of the local content and to guarantee that the product is continuously be in high quality for the people. And I think that there are many programs and there are many entities that are supporting the local content. Of course, they have many great efforts in improving the procedures for the supporting and
حاب اني اشكر الاخوان صراحه في المحتوى المحلي، وانا اعتذر اليوم شويه زكمه ومحلكم بارد ما شاء الله. فنقول ان الامراض والمشاكل اللي
And the issues we are facing right now and for the future, they are really important for personalized medicine. Maybe the doctor already spoke about it. Because the drug sector is going to be really expensive on Saudi Arabia, because genetic cures, we gotta need to work on nationalizing it, because regarding the biological, we already were delayed, we're past it. But right now we need to, with the FDA, to work it, and with the local content and the Ministry of Local Health. We need to deal with this matter. How do we deal with the new upcoming drugs? How can we nationalize it? And that is something really important. And I want to shed light on it, because the way I see it, for the next 4 or 5 years, we're going to face a huge difficulty getting these drugs. I want to thank you all for having me here. I have a message for two groups of people. First group are the investors. And the investors are the backbone to revive the local content. There are regulation authorities, but still the investor, he must take the initiative, he must start with it to invest here in Saudi Arabia, and the industrial, the chances that we have today, we won't have in the next years. My next advice is for the young Saudis, the recent graduates who wants to work with the medical industry. I'm pretty sure above what I'm saying. Salaries for now, because they are creating, it's not competitive, to be honest. I know it's not competitive for them, but if they are patient, medical engineering, like industrial engineering, chemical engineering, pharmacists, and biomedical engineering, these specialties, they're going to be leaders of, they're going to be the leaders, they're going to be responsible for the quality, the formulation. The salary might not be really high for them, either private sector or the industrial sector. But after they get their experience and they work on these sectors, I'm pretty sure their pay, their salary is going to be way more. Right now, we don't find Saudi leaders right now. They're going to have 3-4 times their salaries, besides their skills and the other things they learn, and also the national service he's providing. Your Excellency, Hisham Al-Jadai for FDA, Saudi, Mr. Mohammed Hazami for Ministry of Health, Financial, and Mr. Fahad Al-Budhi, CEO of NAPCO, Dr. Yasser Al-Rabaid, the CEO for Sder Pharma, and Dr. Saeed. Thank you for sharing their knowledge on your behalf. I want to welcome everyone, and we would like to thank them all. They were excellent speakers we had today. They inspired us in everything they said. Thank you all. See you soon. We're going to be continuing. Still also the workshops are working. I'm going to leave the mic for my Ghars program from Sder Pharma. Dr. Yasser, please stay here at the podium. And also I want to ask the chairman of the authority, Mr. Abdurrahman Al-Samari, to start the program now. Thank you.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Peace be upon you all.
أصحاب السعادة
Your
الحضور الكريم.
Excellencies, our esteemed guests, 10 years ago, a dream has started. The dream of Sder Pharma to create a complex, to create pharmaceutical products. Our vision was and still is to enhance the level of our communities, to develop these kind of, to develop drugs and medicines.
هذا الحلم كما تعلمون لم تكن رحلة يسيرة. على العكس كانت رحلة شاقة مليئة بالتحديات لكن مدفوعة بالطموح والأمل. ولولا فضل الله سبحانه وتعالى ثم الدعم الحكومي غير المحدود الذي شهدناه في ظل رؤية سمو سيدي ولي العهد الأمير محمد بن سلمان ما كنا لنحقق ما حققنا. على سبيل المثال نجحنا في توطين أكثر من 24 مستحضر دوائي عالي التقنية. هذا الرقم الذي سيتضاعف بإذن الله في الأعوام القادمة. استطعنا من خلال هذه المشاريع تسهيل وصول المرضى والمستفيدين إلى الأدوية ذات التقنيات العالية. اليوم نغرس الغرس. غرس برنامج المحتوى المحلي لشركة سدير للأدوية. رؤيتنا في هذا البرنامج هي ريادة محلية لصناعة دوائية مبتكرة ومستدامة. هذا الغرس نأمل أن يثمر بثلاث ثمرات تشكل مستهدفات هذا البرنامج. الثمرة الأولى وتعنى بشق الابتكار، حيث سيتم زيادة الإنفاق على البحث والتطوير في العام القادم بهدف تطوير المزيد من المستحضرات الدوائية وتوطينها. في الشق الثاني من هذا البرنامج والذي يعنى بالاستدامة، سيتم تطوير العديد من الموردين المحليين من الشركات الناشئة والمتوسطة بهدف شرح وتعزيز مفاهيم وسياسات المحتوى المحلي لديهم. الهدف الثالث من البرنامج بإذن الله سيكون يتعلق بتطوير القوى العاملة في الصناعات الدوائية، حيث سيتم إشراك أكثر من 185 متخصص في الصناعات الدوائية في برامج ذات علاقة بالصناعة الدوائية والمجالات ذات العلاقة. اليوم نجدد الشكر والتقدير لجميع الجهات الحكومية والشركاء الكرام الذين ساعدونا للوصول إلى ما وصلنا إليه اليوم. اليوم نغرس الغرس وغدا بإذن الله نجني الثمر. شكرا جزيلا.
Thank you. And starting our fifth program, and also in the health sector, Sonna program from SPIMAC Pharmaceuticals. I want to ask Mr. Abdulrahman Asmari and the CEO of SPIMAC Pharma, Mr. Jerome Kapan, to start the program.
الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. محدثتكم نيرة بنت ناصر الذيبان من سبيماكو الدوائية. يسعدني ويشرفني لهذا اليوم أن أشارككم نبذة وتعريف لبرنامج المحتوى المحلي لسبيماكو الدوائية، برنامج صناع، والذي تم إطلاقه في هذا اليوم. بداية، تأسست الشركة السعودية للصناعات الدوائية والمستلزمات الطبية سبيماكو في عام 1986، وهي أحد الشركات الرائدة في مجال صناعة الأدوية.
In Korean pharma industry, and here in Saudi Arabia, and with its many factories and their subsidiaries, they were successful to create an effect in the Middle East. Recently, they have a new strategy, which is a 5-year strategy that concentrates on the requirements of the patient and to enhance the pharma industry here in Saudi Arabia. That's something that was working and reliant with the Vision 2030. The Sunnah program was started to enhance local abilities and to use the purchasing power from the local community by localizing and creating pharma products to provide sustainable solutions locally, by providing a high quality products based on international standards, and creating local relationships to provide a new market. Sunnah is one of the strategies that we use to enhance the health sector here in Saudi Arabia by developing the local content to support the sustainability of Saudi Arabia on the long term by activating few initiatives, amongst them to develop it, to enhance progress, creating local relationship and developing the suppliers and local abilities and labors. The first one is about Sunnah, which is enhancing the local content. That is by increasing the quantity of the local product annually. That will help us to indicate and read how have we done, and the other indicators or other effects that it might have. The second one is about, for Sunnah program, is developing the local product itself by creating strategic partnerships to manufacture, license, and distribute our products, plus having national programs and local products, and also sharing the knowledge by the equipment and research and development. Finally, developing vaccines and other natural remedies that will help us to reach the strategic goal, working with local research centers to conduct clinical studies. Third one is for Sunnah, is creating local relationships and developing the local developers. That is enhancing the cooperation between the locals that will minimize our reliance on exporting, and also providing the local requirements and abilities for medium to small manufacturers to help them and become a part of the local supply chain. Also enhancing supporting the local products and making it much more competitive in local and international markets, and having sustainable abilities that relies on local products and not be affected by international or geopolitical situations. Fourth is creating local abilities, that is teaching, training, and developing by using several terms and programs to development to help them, to enhance them, and the local abilities to help Saudi Arabia's local pharma market. The program was going to be activated for SPIMACO by the date that is next January of 2025. And in the end, Sunnah is a step for a healthy, sustainable pharma industry for the local people of Saudi Arabia. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to stop for a short break. We'll be back at 3:15 p.m. Thank you all.
السيدات والسادة الكرام، ندعوكم للتفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ بعد 5 دقائق من الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please find your seats. We're starting in 5 minutes from now. كما نود أن نلفت انتباهكم إلى أن خدمة الترجمة الفورية من العربية إلى الإنجليزية ومن الإنجليزية إلى العربية متوفرة طيلة فترة هذا اللقاء. We'd like to bring your attention that simultaneous interpretation is available throughout this event. Please find your simultaneous interpretation headsets at the entrance of this hall. السيدات والسادة الكرام، نأمل منكم سرعة التفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ بعد لحظات من الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats now. We are starting shortly. كما نود أن نلفت انتباهكم إلى أن خدمة الترجمة الفورية من العربية إلى الإنجليزية ومن الإنجليزية إلى العربية متوفرة طيلة فترة هذا اللقاء. We'd like to bring your attention that simultaneous interpretation is available throughout this event. Please find your simultaneous interpretation headsets at the entrance of this hall.
بكم وبكل من انتهى.
Welcome to you, welcome to the new joiners coming to the local content forum in its second edition. In the next session we continue with the title Impact of Digital Transformation in Developing Local Content. I would like here to introduce the moderator of this session, my brother and dear colleague, presenter at Al Arabiya TV, Mr. Khalid Badkhali. Peace be upon you. Good afternoon. I'm Khalid Madkhali, happy to be with you today in moderating this session. A session that's definitely important as part of the local content forum about the role of innovation and digital transformation in serving national products and services. These will not be regular words. These will be in a long-term effect because there is a high important role in nationalizing technology and making technologies local and national so that each company can benefit from them among small and medium enterprises. Allow me to welcome Engineer Hani Al-Sayegh, Excellency Engineer Hani Al-Sayegh, the Head of Support Services in Tahakum Company. Welcome. His Excellency Engineer Mash'al Khalawi, CEO of the National Policies and Political Affairs Section in the Authority of Research, Development and Innovation. Also, His Excellency Al-Saimi, Deputy Governor for Solutions and Innovation. And this session, inshallah, will be helpful, useful, and will also be light and enjoyable. Welcome. Allow me to start with a little introduction to introduce our dear audience and people about the importance of this session and its topic. Everybody knows that we're having and we're seeing prompt advancement in the world technologically and digitally. Innovation, digital transformation are now pillars in improving and enhancing local services. Nationalizing these technologies maybe will contribute to enhancing the local content. We're creating new economical opportunities and we're building digital infrastructures that will help our economy. Allow me to propose an idea and hear your feedback. The question is, how can innovation and digital transformation today, how can they grow the future of services in the kingdom? I'll start with Your Excellency Engineer. First, I would like to welcome Your Excellencies, Your Highnesses, our dear guests, our dear colleagues organizing this event, this wonderful event that is allowing us to speak at this stage. I would also like to express gratefulness to the efforts of the Local Content General Authority or Government Authority. Undoubtedly, innovation and digital transformation are pillars of improving technological local content, and I believe the kingdom is advancing at steady steps. Alhamdulillah, thankfully, in 2024, the kingdom was ranked 6th at the world level in terms of improvement of e-government. This, alhamdulillah, comes by the support of our wise and dear leadership, which has produced this result, as well as the governmental expenditure on the government procurement and government project level in IT, telecommunications and digital transformation is now the largest expenditure at a global level. Accumulatively, by end of 2025, it will arrive at 93 billion riyals. So the collaboration of these efforts to achieve the targets of the kingdom, whether Vision 2030 or the sub-goals or sub-targets of these, inshallah, in collaboration we will achieve innovation and will lift the kingdom's level in innovation and digital collaboration transformation. Engineer Mash'al, yes. Peace, mercy, and blessings be upon you. Good afternoon to everyone. First, I would like to congratulate the authority on the success of this forum and the accompanying signing of agreements. Inshallah, this is a result of the efforts held herein, as well as the success of the sessions and panels held on this stage and discussions about local content and transference of local content. The digital infrastructure constitutes a main launching point for different countries, and undoubtedly the ultimate capabilities that we're having now in the kingdom can produce and aim to nationalize and innovate products at a local level, which will positively impact the knowledge-based economy. The kingdom, it's known to everyone that the kingdom has allocated much attention to infrastructure, technical infrastructure. They have increased and improved the effectiveness of this infrastructure, and we have facilitated legislation in terms of digital infrastructure. The utilization of this infrastructure lies in the collaboration with research and development and the utilization of this for purposes of development and research. This is why the Authority of Research, Development and Innovation is working with companies now to improve this aspect in their operations at a local level. The results that will make a difference with the companies are the integration of technological level and innovative levels, as well as research and development. This mixture will allow companies, whenever they focus on research and development, will allow companies to produce a local product that can compete not only at a local level but also at a global level, where they can export to the regional countries and adjacent countries. Engineer Sire, thank you. Yes, I congratulate everyone on this forum. It's a unique forum. The current KSA infrastructure and the digital transformation, they have a large impact on developing local content. This also takes us to a new level. This requires that we have a solid infrastructure, including quick networks, 5G networks, fiber optics networks, data centers, cloud computing. All this infrastructure is required by companies. So these companies need now to adopt new technologies based on this infrastructure, such as artificial intelligence, big data analysis. All these techniques will help local intelligence companies to improve their local content and arrive at higher levels. Okay, let's speak in detail. We'll start with Engineer Hani. In detail, please. What are the most important opportunities today for AI? Is it to enhance supply chains? Is it to build capacity? If we speak about supply chains and opportunities, I believe that AI today will not provide opportunities, it will create new opportunities. AI now has converted many manufacturing activities. If we speak about supply chains, the main point here is the forecasting of future. AI can study the historic data and can study the future trends and produce forecasts of the future based on this information and data. Yes. There will be forecast of and there will be production of correct decisions based on the information, as well as knowing the technologies and products that we will need based on such forecasts. Second point in supply chain, which is important, is risks. Forecasting risk. Today we have AI. AI can forecast the potential risk in supply chain. For example, delayed delivery, scarcity of substances or materials, or any other issues that can be forecast and minimized as risks. These are the main points on how AI can contribute to supporting supply chains. And technology today has become connected to all our aspects of life. If we move on, for example, today in the Research, Innovation and Development Authority, Engineer Mish'al, how in the authority, how much can you motivate small and medium enterprises to adopt innovations based on emerging technologies, based on conversion achievements, so that we have a high quality local content product? Yeah, this is a wonderful question. Now the kingdom is going in a new path, which is trying to commercialize our research, our projects, so that these are innovative products that go into the local market. This will enhance the economic system. It will help the researchers. So the authority tries to take care of research and innovation based on the value chain, starting from discovery, innovation, then to publishing, then to commercializing. The projects that the authority has adopted as local targets include supporting more than 6,000 emergent companies specialized in deep tech or deep technology. This will be on our 4 national priorities for research and innovation, announced by His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed Salman, Crown Prince and Prime Minister, as well as human health and environmental sustainability and pioneership in health and environment and leadership. There are multiple programs launched by the authority, including the procurement of companies, or acquisition of companies. We aim to attract companies that work in deep tech so that these can convey their innovations to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and then they go into the commercialization or production level in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as well. In the near future, we will launch a program called SPIR. This program aims to support the research and innovative aspects in small companies with no more than 500 employees. In this program, we aim to support the processes in connection with innovation to improve products. Engineer Anas, I want to ask you about the importance of enhancing digital local content and tech local content in terms of governance or e-government. Yes, certainly. Improving local content is a main pillar of digital conversion and government conversion, having the most important element as sovereignty and tech independency. We always aim to be independent politically, commercially, and economically, but we also must aim for tech sovereignty and tech independency through storing data, maintaining data, and this is a requirement of all countries, as well as ensuring that we produce and manufacture local products and minimize reliance on imported products. To do this, we should have products that align with our national identity, national requirements, and lift the level of innovation. Also, enhancing local content contributes significantly to improving the e-economy by providing opportunities to small and medium enterprises. As we know, giving opportunities to small and medium enterprises will improve very much the local content and national economy. One very important point about job opportunities for Saudi competencies and Saudi talented youth, such as people specialized in AI and other aspects such as the cloud computing, data management, leadership, change management. All these specialties are very important when improving local content. Where are we today with local content in terms of each sector, digitally, technologically? Do we have numbers, statistics, certain percentages? When we say local content, how local is it? The kingdom is moving at a fair pace by collaboration with different government entities, whether people in the local content authority, digital entity ecosystem, Ministry of Telecommunications, people in the Authority of Research Development and Innovation, CAXT, and other entities. There is a good movement. We're importing approximately 68% of our products from outside, but there are also positive percentages saying that 78% of the government procurement in IT and technology are implemented by small and medium enterprises, which is a good percentage. There are multiple initiatives and projects that aim to increase the level of local content, and today, alhamdulillah, we started manufacturing, whether hardware or software, in the kingdom in partnership with some international companies and local companies. Engineer Sayer, in terms of digital conversion, opportunities and challenges that are still there today and still facing the tech companies in the kingdom, you in Tahakum have a role. What is this role? How do you contribute to improving local content through the digital transformation programs in each sector? Thank you. Yes, the kingdom today is a central hub for digital tech. It aims to attract investments of $20 billion by year 2030. This testifies that we have a large opportunity for tech companies. The role of tech companies today is to enhance their capabilities in providing these unique solutions and making use of the vital sectors in the kingdom by serving those sectors. So digital transformation today is not merely a means, it's a tool that can be utilized by all companies to achieve targets. In Tahakum, as a national company that contributes to building local content by building and operating as well as implementing specialized solutions in general security and smart transportation, using AI technology, we have reviewed multiple products. We participated in Barcelona conference for smart cities 2 weeks ago, where we reviewed the smart city platform, the personal assistant platform, the natural language processing platform, NLP. All these were developed by Saudi youth through our employees in Tahakum, by our capabilities in supercomputing, by AI. All these capabilities are in Tahakum and can provide sustainable solutions to support local content. But do we still have challenges? Yes, of course, challenges still remain. Most importantly, having tech human resources. As per the studies, 55% of the Saudi companies today are suffering with scarcity of tech skills. So today we need to train, we need to improve the youth, the Saudi youth, to produce such solutions using AI and modern technologies. So improving human capital, yes, it's one of the challenges, human capital, as well as cybersecurity. It's a second challenge, you know. Today with the attacks we're seeing around the world, hackers, and yes. This requires that all government and private sector entities secure their systems against these cyber attacks. This challenge, along with digital conversion, comes naturally. As we aim to go deeper into technology, we also must make sure that our cyber defenses are fine and solid. Engineer Mishal, in the authority, perhaps you have worked with some programs and spoke deeply about that, but I need more detail about your programs and the authority to align those existing technologies and also research and development. Undoubtedly, let me first look at this from a certain angle. Using technology as a facilitator of research and development. Research and development exists since ever, but wherever we use technology and utilize technology, the added value of research and development is there, our speed is higher, and our time spent to arrive at innovations and inventions becomes less, and this is what countries can do to arrive at their high aim targets. This is an established mechanism to adapt technology, to incorporate technology in the research and development phases, focusing across multiple aspects. Since we spoke about human capital, the kingdom, alhamdulillah, today has a large number of researchers including higher education studies, including PhDs, including people with higher education certificates. So we are distinct in that aspect, but what we need to do now is to prioritize and to create a clear compass for everyone so that all the sectors can align their efforts and unify their efforts in terms of research and development to get and arrive at our target. This is now the role of multiple programs implemented by the authority, most importantly the Saudi Mind platform. And on this platform we utilize the digital technological solutions. Give us an example. Okay, the Saudi Minds platform is a digital platform where anyone interested in knowing about research and development can access and can go on this platform. They can access the list of researchers and people active in terms of research and development in Saudi Arabia. They can have a look at an overview of the previous research and literature and experiments, as well as the currently ongoing research. This platform aims to enhance collaboration between researchers, achieve higher targets of multiple research entities in case there is unification of effort, so that we can arrive at results quickly and more smoothly, if I may say. This platform today has tens of thousands of Saudi and expat names conducting research and development. Why do we have this platform? How does it contribute to local content? This platform is somewhere that has a research and development movement through which we connect with companies that are interested in acquiring solutions to their current problems. They can resort to this platform to find the topics and solutions, so that we can have this joint partnership to move on to the next step, which is commercializing this technology and entry into the market as a local product from KSA. Okay, I'll go back to the platform, but I would like to hear from Engineer Anas about the challenges that still face governments in terms of enhancing local digital content through your
تحديات مشتركة بين العديد من الحكومات الرقمية. هناك أيضا تحديات ولله الحمد المملكة تجاوزها وذكرناها، ويمكن قد يكون أحد أبرز التحديات التي تواجهها.
One of the most important challenges what we have had is with government expenditure. We still have challenges in that regard, including lack of talent or lack of resources. So to address this challenge, we can discuss this later. Maybe one major challenge is the trust or confidence crisis in products that are open source, and also we have the problem of overconfidence in imported or global products. And there is a justification for this, or reason, or cause to this gap or crisis. Give us an example, please. Yes, in all software and hardware aspect, Microsoft, Oracle, IBM, these are very common in terms of databases. No entity will try to use a new product. These are commercialized, closed source, and very expensive, whereas we still have open source and free products. But due to the long history of those common and popular products, and due to their market share, even though they have their own problems and issues with security, but if they are given the opportunity and they're given the confidence, these local products, they will have room for improvement or for growth. We have also the challenge of regulatory challenges and the existence of policies, regulations that will enhance and motivate the use of local products, including change management, empowering local products. We can speak about this perhaps in the
التحديات التنظيمية ومعالجة موضوع التحديات التنظيمية في هذا المجال.
about this next session. Yes, also upon my research, I found that many countries have achieved success by improving their local products, including a platform in Estonia, including Dubai, including Singapore, including Barcelona, which has also adapted digital conversion based on technology. They have the smart waste management. They have sensors for measuring how waste skips are filled or how full they are. Riyadh is also a city that's advancing. Now KSA is on the 6th rank globally. Helsinki also is seen on that map. So my question here, to have this quick pace in improving these local services provided to people, what do you think we're missing to get to that level? How can people think about investing in digital transformation to utilize? What do we need? What do we need to facilitate the wheel? I believe, Khalid, that before year 24 or year 23 maybe, we were trying to race these countries, but in 2024, alhamdulillah, now we're the benchmark for these countries in terms of government digital transformation. As mentioned, we're on rank 6, and maybe we're ahead of all the countries that you mentioned in terms of e-government indicator, but as we are always used to, our aspiration is limitless, and we don't aim to achieve the targets only, but we aim to be among the top 5 ranks in terms of e-government, perhaps starting with research and development, which is a very large and expanded field that will lead the kingdom into achieving more targets, as well as local content, improving local content and expanding such an aspect, and decreasing reliability on imported products. There is also a plan that's detailed and well developed, led by the government, about resolving shortages and trying to achieve higher ranks in the coming periods, and there are periodic reports that are submitted to the royal level or highness level. Okay, I will come back to you. How active are we on the platform, on the Saudi Mind platform, and how motivative is it? Does it give encouragement? Does it give incentives? How does that work? Okay, the ultimate goal of this platform is to find a motivative environment and to create a society that is linked by common interests or common targets. In the demo stage or pilot stage of this platform, we have had researchers or registrars of more than 20,000 people. In the research and development world, finding the community that discusses the challenges that they face, the solutions that can be implemented. This is one of the challenges in the research and development sector on all aspects, including, for example, research and development technology or other aspects. Scientists, scholars, innovators are busy in their labs conducting research and so forth. So our goal is to bridge this gap between research and development projects with the production, investors, and so on. KSA today is a very attractive investment environment. It has minds that might not always show on the surface. So through this platform, we can connect supply and demand, we can connect investments. These are the targets of this platform, undoubtedly. Okay, what's your main heading? What's your motto on this platform? So we can utilize research and development and convert those into local content products. Okay, if research does not successfully convert into projects that enter the market as local content, the research is still full research. solid. So perhaps now to improve the kingdom innovation indicator, we moved from 60% up to, or 60 ranks to ranks in 50s. In terms of research and development, we're in the final stages now of developing our strategy or plan, and inshallah in that plan we'll have our aspiration and targets, including the targets of this sector. This sector is not easy to change, is not easy to improve, because it requires research, years of research. So our strategic vision will include targets up to year 2040, which our His Highness Crown Prince and Prime Minister, and also head of the Supreme Entity for Research and Development, he said that targets can be achieved in 2040 due to this sector requiring more time to change and to improve. Okay, Engineer, in Tahakkum, do you have success stories that we can announce? Can we also, through these stories, can we contribute to improving and encouraging research and innovation? Yes, in local content, we started the journey of local content by end of the year 2020 by directive of the CEO and also all our committee and colleagues in the authority to start with improving the local content within the authority. We've developed policies and procedures. We have started raising awareness on local content within the entity and outside the entity with our vendors by conducting workshops, periodic meetings. We also started developing the requirements of local content in our procurement policies and procedures to ensure that we maximize local content in our procurement. We've also signed with strategic vendors. We've signed MOUs with them to support local content and transfer their main headquarters into, or their regional headquarters into Riyadh, Saudi.
We have a memorandum of understanding. Two of these memorandum of understanding signed have been signed in the headquarters in Riyadh, and also we have a memorandum of understanding related to the industry of local content, and also in the factories in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, how to innovate also for the development and research centers in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. It is from abroad, yes. We are talking about SMEs. So what's the role of SMEs in all this? We have developed the national small and medium enterprises from different, of course, national companies. One of them is Pennies. We have signed a memorandum of understanding to launch a platform by Saudi local talents in order to raise and maximize the local content. And after the session, we are going to launch Rakza. So it is Rakza is a nice name. Alright, the Rakza program, this name is taken from the Rakza, and by definition is a palm tree that is transferred and planted in another place and placed from one place to another. So we took this from our culture, and during the video presented by the authority yesterday, how today the palm, we have benefited from this tree, the palm tree, in many methods and ways. So it was taken from Nakhla. Nakhla program is a part and integral part of our culture, and it is also the logo of our flag. Also, Engineer, if you have any success stories you would like to share with us. of course, related to the governmental and public sector, there is a lot of initiatives and programs related to maximizing the local content. One initiative is the national strategies, also the Garage and King Abdulaziz City for Science and Technology, and also the digital government and digital transportation. For example, the open source platform, of course, it is the provisions of the ministerial decision number 14 in order to foster and adopt the open source platforms in 2022, and this program allows the governmental entities in order to program softwares through open source free of charge. It is tested and trusted. Some figures and numbers: we have almost 243 governmental entities that have viewed the platform. We have 400 programs in the platform, 1,200 developers that develop software, and also 270 programs, governmental programs that are reused. Today, one governmental entity has developed a program and another governmental entity has used it. So we have reusing and also technological development of local content. Also, another program is called Koduratic. Koduratic program is to face the challenge related to the governmental digitalization. Not just the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia faces these challenges related to the digital transformation, but also to upskill the capabilities, digital capabilities of the population, Saudi population. It is a top-bottom approach or a bottom-up approach, and it focuses on the new emerging sectors such as computing and also capability building. The kingdom did not stop at the local content, but also to import these platforms abroad. Some of these platforms we have got a lot of appreciation abroad. For Impact, for example, program which was in collaboration with the Digital Authority. It is through a mechanism, a governed mechanism, that we could allow these products to be imported abroad and also taken use of and leveraged abroad. All right, excellent. Engineer Mash'al, how much are you giving importance to the private sector in order to enhance the services, and what tools, technological tools, you depend on? For example, there is Internet of Things, for example, artificial intelligence. This is this revolution of development. Our focus is mainly on the national priorities. Of course, we have some national priorities that have been, of course, announced, such as chips or semiconductors. The authority has announced also recently an international collaboration for semiconductors in order to attract 50 companies now in advanced stages of research in order to continue the research and development. And these 50 companies have started to open their doors and headquarters in Saudi for R&D or research and development. Of course, our also aim is also to support the companies in order to mitigate the challenges and any hindering obstacles that may face them. And also it needed infrastructure investment and requirement of infrastructure development. This all helps and aids in mitigating the and overcoming the obstacles that they may face. Of course, we are talking about tens of hundreds of billions. Today we have access to research laboratories. The authority has launched more than 1,000 laboratory and development and research centers. Also, the private sector has been able to leverage these infrastructures and also leverage the minds of the youth and the talent that now we would like to shed light on the research and development with the private sector. Do you have any final words that you would like to, as a message or a take-home to the audience during this forum? There is a future outlook. We in the future would like to enhance our artificial intelligence AI. Raqza, as we said, it is of course developed by using artificial intelligence and AI. The artificial intelligence could transfer the local content into another level. And also a great deal of applications that rely on artificial intelligence. Through artificial intelligence, we could calculate the number of local content, and also finding opportunities and suggesting opportunities that could be localized by this artificial intelligence tool. I would like to congratulate the authority, Local Content Authority, for their success in this forum. Us as a research and development entity and authority, I think through memorandum of understandings, I think we are going to indirectly benefit from such success. I think the public and governmental entities are all hand in hand working to develop the research and development sector, and this is going to emphasize and support the local content that could be also competing at a world level or at a world level. I encourage everyone to take a look at SADF program. At the Digital Authority, SADF program is an enabler for the SMEs and the private sector, and also raises awareness regarding to the services provided. SADF program is also an enabler for the private sector and to enable the researchers and all the governmental entities. I would like to conclude by some words emphasizing the local content will achieve the goal of independence. It's not just about the creating jobs and opportunities, but also it achieves the goal of power. It gives us power and independence, and I think in this critical time, many countries suffer and Thank you. Thank you so much, Engineer Rimi. Thank you. Engineer Mishal Khlewi from the National Policies and Research and Development. Thank you. Engineer Hani Sayegh, Vice President from Tahakkum. Thank you so much. Thank you, dear guests and participants. Thank you to all the organizers, and a thank you goes to each and everyone that interacted and participated. Thank you, and mercy, peace, and blessings of God be upon you all.
يأتي الآن إطلاق سادس برامج هذه المرة في قطاع تقنية المعلومات، برنامج ركزة للشركة السعودية للتحكم التقني والأمنية الشامل التحكم. أدعو هنا سعادة
call onto the stage the CEO of the authority and also Engineer Hani Assar from Tahakkum to launch the program. Launching of the program.
السلام عليكم.
Mercy and blessings of God be upon you all. Peace and mercy be upon you all. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank everyone, the organizers, for their launch of the Rifqa program. And I leave you with the video.
وفي تحكم نركز على تحقيق المنجزات ونرتكز على الاستدامة والثبات ومن هذا المنطلق أطلقنا برنامج ركزة.
And therefore we launched Rakza program for local content. We have supported the local content and also we have fostered artificial intelligence and localized the industries. Rakza emphasizes the vision because at Tahakkum we choose local. Local content is our slogan, and using the artificial intelligence is what makes us unique. So the launch of Rakza has focused on three main aspects. One, the supply chain development, the local content sustainability. Related to the supply chain development, we have put a operational business in order to leverage the best results. We have shifted from procurement or traditional procurement to the management in order to have the best quality and best price For local content and sustainability, we have focused on the mitigation of carbon emissions, carbon emissions in تحكم. We have a target to reach a net zero in order to support the Vision 2030 and the goal for net zero by 2060. God willing. In order we have developed also the local content and also the mandatory list. We have shared knowledge through workshops and also meetings with suppliers. At the beginning of this year, we have signed an agreement in order to develop the local content, and one of these is a program in order to develop the local content. Today, at the end of the year, we have been committed to achieve all our goals by the launch of Rakza. Rakza is a palm tree that is planted from another palm tree and then moved to another geographical spot. So Rakza is also by definition, by our culture, has a resemblance to our culture, our local content as well. So this name has been inspired by our culture. We have chosen this and selected this name that is unique. There's another challenge in order to have a slogan for Rakza. So Rakza's slogan is by the palm tree. The palm tree is a part of our culture, our land, and also the flag's logo. We are working on developing the local community, local content, and this is what makes us unique. We have a number of solutions in order to employ the artificial intelligence tools and the supercomputer in order to emphasize the support of local content. We have worked with various sectors in order to launch this program. We have achieved a number of achievements and we have future visions in the coming years in order to develop the program and support it. There are 6 main aspects for this program. One, in order to employ the advanced technologies, especially artificial intelligence. Second is creating jobs and opportunities in order to reach a score, a local content score from bidders. Third, the digitalization of data and calculating the score of local content. Also resilience, the capability and capacity building of the employees. These are all the 6 aspects that come into play when we talk about Rakza program. We have the supply chain from the platform to the supply chain AI hub. The AI analyzes the data and then comes with right decisions based on data. Here in this slide, the procurement process from the offer until through automated artificial intelligence and generated AI, we could be able to support the local content through this dashboard. Through this dashboard, we have a futuristic vision and insight in order to transfer the local content into another level, another advanced level. Finally, we worked currently with Billy in order to launch the first Saudi company in order to raise the local content having time, which is time and quality efficient, and also linking these data with and having information on a monthly and annually basis in order to create new opportunities for the local content. Next steps is to develop the innovative solutions and also to launch this platform, and we promise you that next time in the next edition of this forum we are going to share excellent results with you. Thank you for your attention.
والآن إطلاق برنامج في قطاع تقنية المعلومات، برنامج ليد لشركة
And
هواوي.
now we would like from lead Huawei, we call onto the stage His Excellency the CEO and Huawei, Mr. Wahan, to launch the program. Lead program launch.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and here's Han from Huawei, so good afternoon. Today it's my great honor to be here to have this opportunity to launch our LEAD program for the local content, and also it's my great honor to have this opportunity to give a brief to all the guests about the Huawei companies. And first of all, I want to start from our company. Huawei was founded from 1987, and today we already become a company with more than 200,000 employees globally, and our business start and spread to the more than 170 countries and regions all over the world. And as a technology companies, more than half of our employees are from the R&D team. This is show our pay the great importance of the technologies. And also, our R&D investments rank #5 in the world among all the enterprises. And also today, also Huawei is one of the biggest patent holder in the world. We have more than 140,000 active patents, and more than 90% of the patents are invention patents. So the story from Saudi Arabia is also very exciting journey for us, and we start our business in the kingdom from 2002, 22 years before, and also one of the earliest company from China came to Saudi Arabia. And the first year, thanks to the trust from the Saudi Aramco, we got our first project 22 years before. And after that, every year, with the spirit of the customer-centric, we get more and more milestones. And recent years, especially at the 2018 It's the Huawei very high great honor that we got the award of the King Khalid Responsible Competitiveness Award from His Royal Highness King Salman. I think this is the award we can get, you know, the one of the companies in Saudi Arabia, you can get the highest awards. And also recent years, with the vision and commitment of the local content, also we are doing a lot of programs. Like last year with MISA, we set the region headquarters program in Saudi Arabia. Now Huawei is also one of the earliest company that set the HQ here internationally. And last year also, we built our cloud Saudi Arabia new region in the kingdom. And this cloud region not only serves the service in the kingdom, but also the region. So we are reaching our commitment with Saudi Arabia, with Saudi Go Global. And this year, 2024, we are excited to launch our LEAD program with LCGPA, because the local content is always a very high priority in the Saudi Huawei's vision and responsibility. So this is LEAD, Huawei Enablement and Development Plan. So next, I will take several slides to introduce what is the LEAD. The LEAD, the lead, we mostly focus on three main pillars. And the first one, we paid great importance and emphasize the talent ecosystem. Everyone knows Saudi Arabia has a large number of the young talent, young population with great potential. They are the future. So Huawei is always trying our best to do more cultivation with young peoples. So with this sub-program, talent ecosystem, we will work with ministries, and we'll work with like TVTC, like universities, and we will try our best to cultivate, to educate more and more young people with technology knowledge for the future. And also we'll set different programs like ICT competition, like ICT certification, and also like job fairs to make sure all these young students, they can find a great job in the future. And the second one is local supply chain. Huawei's focus is not only just for our own growing. We're always trying to build a better ecosystem in this country to help the local companies with Huawei local supply chain and partners to help them to make them stronger. So we will have the local supplier management, and also in the future, we will keep exploring local logistics network and local manufacturing in different domains. And the last pillar, as a technology companies, we're focused on the R&D cooperation. Actually, in the past years, and Huawei set different kind of R&D centers all over the world, and we do believe in Saudi Arabia, and this kingdom has the very good resource and top universities and professors. They can work with Huawei together. So now we are already starting our journey with some universities, and we do believe in the future we will have more and more fruits with top universities in the frontier technology R&D domain. And we all know without a system management, one program cannot go far and cannot make sure the sustainability. So also Huawei, we designed a governance and operation model for the LEAD. And this program will lead by the chairman and the CEO of Saudi Huawei by themselves, because this is the top program in Saudi Arabia Huawei company. And also this program will cross different teams like supply chain, procurement, finance, HR, public relationship, and legal affairs. And every department will participate to try the best to contribute more for the local content in this kingdom. And the base is different initiatives, like I introduced, the different pillars. And also, the program operation mode is like a circle from identification, analysis plan, and improvement, and solidification. And every different step, we have the specific methods to check if we do it good or not. And I'm happy here to share the achievement in 2023 last year. The first one, employee. Actually, for the Thailand, last year, we employ more than 72 future leaders to the Huawei companies. They are all the new graduates from the top universities in Saudi Arabia. And also from 2015, we already hold more than 14 batches and 430 future leaders. Because, you know, for the cultivation of the students, training is not the end. We train the students, and we must make sure they have the good option for the future job. And the second one, for the ICT talent, last year, we trained more than 7,000 students in the kingdom. And also, we work with the government's officials. We provide the free training for the government officials, more than 300. And also we work with universities. And last year, we have more than 14 active ICT academies. The last one is the local supply chain in last year. And actually, now we have more than 250 local suppliers. And last year, we offered more than 90 suppliers training and enablement for our local partners. So facing to the future, the next plan of the LEAD, also we are focused on these 3 pillars. The first one is about the talent ecosystem. We commit in the next years, every year, we will provide the training to cover more than 7,000 students and more than 300 other organizations, employees for this kingdom. And also, we will cooperate with more than 20 universities to help them to work to build these ICT academies in the next 2 years. And also different kinds of programs, and also every year we will hold 4 job fairs with the universities. Local supply chain, we will just keep growing together with local suppliers, such as every year we are trying our best to train more than 200 ICT installation engineers. And also we will enable 40 engineers, suppliers, digital delivery capability every year. And also the different directions to explore local logistics and also local manufacturing. And also the last one is we will build one local content governance system for the suppliers. The last one is the R&D cooperation. Actually, we will introduce a resource and explore cooperation with at least 1 top university focusing on the research cooperation on the frontier technology topics. And this is not easy. And we already start to talking with different universities. And also we are trying to bring more and more resource of our headquarter R&D team to work with them. I do believe in the future there will be some very great technology fruit between Huawei and the local universities. So because of the limitation of the time, so this is a very brief introduction about Huawei and our LEAD program. And I do believe this is just a start. And we will do more in the future because we know how much return we got from this kingdom and also from the peoples here and the customers here. And Huawei will keep our commitment and keep following our vision to serve for the kingdom. Thank you so much. Thank you.
ونختتم آخر جلساتنا في المنتدى والتي تتحدث عن الأثر الاقتصادي في تعزيز
session we have today in the water sector, Mr. Jamal Lamaigil for the last session. Good afternoon. Welcome to you in the last session in the second version of the local content conference. This session that we are talking about the economic impact on improving and enhancing the water sector. Mr. Mohammed Ali Sheikh for the strategic partnership and local content in Water Commission. Also Mr. Badr Al-Fardan, the General Director for Supply Chains for the local water company. Mr. Khalid for improving the partnership for water transport sector. And Mr. Nader Al-Ataibi, the CEO for local content for Water Commission.
أهلا بضيوفنا
Welcome to our distinguished guests. Before we start, it's important to talk today about the impact of water in enhancing the local content. Of course, enhancing the local content is important for the water sector in order for the sustainable development and to manage all the challenges that we face, and the importance of the collaboration between the private sector and the public sector for all the water programs. We will talk today about the role of facing or overcoming the challenges and enhancing the local content. I would like to start with you, Your Excellency, Mr. Mohammed. The collaboration between the public and private sector leads us to the question, how can the water sector, especially the private and sector, to support the local content? Welcome. First, good afternoon, and thanks for the Commission for the success of this great forum, which is to talk about the importance of the local content. It is important. It is an important question. Any sustainable work cannot success, especially in sensitive projects such as the water sector. The importance of the collaboration between the private and the general sector, all the regulations that we have, and the prioritizing of the local content, and the pricing prioritization made this improve. The price preference, of course, improves the local content, and we know that the burden on the governmental entities to work on these regulations and to invest more on the policies and the leadership for the local content. All of these empowerments for the governmental sector to improve the local content and support it. I think that one of the main points, as mentioned by their excellencies, it's not an option. Commitment is not an option to make sure that to obey all the regulations and policies of the local content. It is not an option. This is a priority for us, for the public sector. We know that now it is better than before, and there is an improvement to commit to these policies, of course, and of course the percentage that was mentioned with Mr. Abdurrahman Smari about the percentage of the local content achieved lately. Congratulations to them. 48%. This is about the governmental entities. About the private sector, I invite them to invest and to initiate. Of course, at the beginning, there were reassessment and searching for these sectors, and we know that the capital about the capitals, and now it is proved about the governmental leadership that we have, the support. Of course, the government is supporting the local content, so we invite the private sector to invest and to work on benefiting from all the empowerments that we have now. And I invite them to invest in innovation and to have the local content competitive in order to be in the international market. And of course, I have another point to talk about the importance of improving the content, and we have the international markets for the local contents. I want to give an example about the desalination of water. In the last 3 decades, we improved a lot in the desalination of water. So to conclude, the governmental entities should be aware of the local content and support the local content teams and raise the awareness of the commitment, and the private sector should talk about the incentives and invest more on innovation and improvement. From this point, I would like to ask you, Mr. Badr, of course, they mentioned, or he mentioned, or talked about the innovation, and here's a question. Do we have new techniques or like solutions or innovative solutions to improve the local content? Good afternoon, all. If you allow me to congratulate His Excellency Mr. Bender Al Khraif, the Minister of the Industry and Mineral Resources, and I would like to thank Mr. Abdurrahman Smari and for the success of this forum. Back to your question, I think that the techniques very important. If we talk about the water sector, we are talking about the importance of the techniques related to water. If we talk about the AI, one of the most important points we are focusing on is to monitor all the networks and to monitor these networks in order to guarantee the sustainability for a long time. Second, the second point about the 3D painting, about the other solutions, it's important for the industry. I would like to mention that we have many partnerships in this part, the technical part, and with the universities and with other sectors. Of course, one of the pillars that we have. From this point, it leads us to another side of the usage of water and the future directions. If we would like to talk about the desalination and the reusing of water, today, if we talk about the local content, first of all, I am very glad to be in this forum, and I am glad to be here with these successful and distinguished guests. To answer this question, I would like to go back to the importance of the local content, which is spending on to improve the skills, and this is the first point. And what we have in spending, for example, for the projects, and of course the local content, to improve the local content. After that, we are talking about the if we apply as we do with all the contracts to talk about the companies and to improve the local content, there are many stages to work on. The continuous work on these projects, of course, allows to work and you are talking about the economic impact. Let's talk with Mr. Nader and talk about the direct economic impact, especially for the local content. To answer your question, Mr. Jamal, if we talk about the local content as an empowerment for the GBD, and if I would like to give an example to talk about the local content, and it is important to improve, and thank God we are talking about more than 390 contracts.
The employment, the Saudi employment, maybe it's engineering or technical management, it works from projects, so you create an opportunity. The third element from project with the security, and we face it through pandemic, we have to have a safety for the chain. The targeted or from the goals is to save this chain through pandemic. I'll give you an example of the water company. We have 2 projects to water desalination with more than $1 billion, started from establishment to the end from 2019. Through pandemic, the cooperation, contractor, the projects reached the commercial operation. And until now. So this is one of the target goals. So we can say that local content is a performance for the pandemic and also rely on it, which is a important part. Engineer Muhammad, today is very important that we talk about opportunities to the impact of the local content through the sectors, especially for water. We're talking about the opportunities with the improvement, expand for the local content through water sector. It's a great question, actually. The opportunity is really there and promising. We have more than one channel to approve the experiment of the work. We have a partnership sector as a private sector or a governmental sector. They proved that the opportunity is attractive to the sector. It's not about local, but even the investor outside, or let's say international. The international investment in governmental and even the water sector that we work in the authority. It's a competition. It's a good competition with the local content to localize the size of these opportunities, to improve this opportunities, and also to localize it. If you find an investor to create this opportunity, that you establish it and create it, and it's one of the standards to update this product. So you have 2 things: the attract of the investment, localize, then transfer the knowledge. We developed more than 78 opportunity until now. The one who shut off only 20 chance. Investor ministry is cost $20 billion. We know that the sector is updating, growing. There is a promising opportunities also for the investors and even for the producers and the one who takes it outside internationally. If we can see the size through the years is more than 15 billion locally, I mean, private sector and other sectors, but the investors that we already spent in the sector. This is in fact give an impression that we have, and there is a promising opportunities in this sector. In addition, that invite us to following the investor and even this sector in the kingdom of the water ministry. We finished and we started the production with the industry of the next year. I congrats the authority for this success. It's a cooperative success, actually. Also, we have 3 opportunities. We have accreditation for it, and I mentioned it in my last show that we work today. I congrats myself and my colleagues for the authority of local content. I think it's already here now for the platform for accreditation. It's one from 3 most important products. The cost is 2 billion real, which is chemical material, the resistance of the water, and even the cottage filter. These products has an advantage, a commercial advantage, and even strategic importance, as my colleague says, to support the chain. For real, the opportunity, as I said, promising, the sector is attractive. I invite you and tell you that the private sector has an initiative to do it. We noticed that recently that we don't know to have opportunities, but not said locally, but internationally. Investors. So the answer of this question is actually there is opportunities and it's promising, and I will conclude or to sum up for the answer. Nowadays we finish from the first phase of localization. We have 4 opportunity. We will work on 11 opportunity with my colleagues in the local content. They will support us as always to cover the water sector. Water sector, we have limit, but we want to high it because we want a stability with a chain, and also we have flexible chains also. We want to have resistance in the political side, pandemic, with the previous years. No doubt it's figures and it's encouraging figures. We're talking about improvement. We're talking about ability. So how these abilities to enhance the water sector and also to enhance the local content? It's a great, an excellent question. Nowadays, now you touch the most important pillar here. We're talking about stability, so we will have investment, return investment. You expect a benefit, you expect a profit. So it's necessary to have stability in water sector, and also you have service. How it's work? Through programs. We find it through a lot of buildings. One of the companies, which is the important, the program, the developed program, proud to train more than 2,005 trainee or let's say citizen, and rehabilitate them to match the local or national companies, and also some institute specialized in. And also we have knowledge exchange, and also with other sectors in the other fields. Let's say about training and improvement. Wonderful. Engineer Khalid, Water sector is actually one of the sectors that witness a rapid improvement from these years. In other fields and all aspects, we will ask about the strategic that you follow to support the companies, local companies, if you may. Excellent. I think communication with the local companies is not a purpose to achieve or do a specific work, then move on. It's a relationship continuing. The work that water company do is actually expand the circle of the companies to work in this locally, and also to work on the pillar and its main pillar, which is transparency, and to know the ability to product and also to demand. This will help generally to create opportunities even for the decisions, investment, and also demand for the companies and the sectors. Also to cooperate and sharing with this understanding to serve, create an environment and a high measure in this sector. Thank you. Professor Nader, we're talking about the opportunities, the job. You talked before about the type of these opportunities that happened before, actually. The question is actually what's the opportunities to create these with the cooperation? My answer is actually, my brother here, Badr, says the human resource is one important pillar of the field. So we're talking about the mechanism in locally or internationally. The first part is about capital, human capital. So from salaries, opportunities, workshop, any investment. So we're talking about the mechanism. For example, or in fact, while I'm working in the water sector, they have more standards, let's say, encouragement point for the capital, human capital. Saudi company, for example, from the standards, the Saudi people is no less than 85. So some station would have a citizen, like Saudi citizen. It's obligatory to have 58. There's an initiative investment now reached 100%. Thank to Allah. If we look about the employees, it's the employment, or it's more than 500. This is one of the standards to work locally, to create a job or opportunities to the citizen. Great. This is really good. Engineer Muhammad, nowadays, sector have more policies, more initiatives. We're moving on and updating. So if there's any policies or initiatives that you've seen it's necessary, and we want more about it in our investment in this sector. As I said before earlier, the organizational framework is actually, it's not taking advantage of it, especially from private sector or governmental. We want to maximize it. So to improve this sector, we have to have responsibilities for local content to improve the policies, internally also policies, to facilitate and support and active these policies more and more. I mentioned the commitment, which is very important. You have to unify the descriptions to make this opportunity more attractive, more economic. We have to identify the demand to unify the description, to make it easy, low cost, and even not about the economic side, but to facilitate the localization for it. Also, to reduce the effort to the competition, analyze it, study it, and even to preparation. This is a very important side to focus on. In addition, we have more products and tools that cross with other sectors like water, energy. So all of these we have to have cooperative or cooperation to coordinate the demand. It's a great idea, actually. Will move us. This actually will transfer us and move us to other level, with employment, and even the raise the level to be more than. Nowadays, we reach in the water sector 17. We want it to be more, inshallah, and by Allah's willing. Maybe in enabling, raising the awareness in the private sector and governmental sector. And inshallah, we will reach 2030 when the vision is come, we'll have on full sector high percentage. Professor Badr, one of the features that we get used to it, to the programs of the vision, and even to hear the story of the success. We would like also to know the impact of these stories. So we will spotlight about these success stories. The authority, we want to have an examples. So can you spotlight on it, please? Thank you so much. The question is really, the time is not enough, but we try to shortcut. The localization is actually, and cooperation is really old. But there is no obligatory features, no point or standards. From 2020, we release a program to support and enhance. In that time, we have two choices. Number one, maybe resilience, or we don't look for a great. We courageously put a high challenges. This program through localization company start 2020. Maybe 500, 700 million or billion. It's satisfying, yes, no, but at the same time is a challenge to raise this percentage. Nowadays in 2024, proudly we can say that it's actually include more than over 60 billion real Saudi in the cooperation in the companies. What about the ability is also the baseline of the local content. All of these we would like to see the impact as a project and future project. This is the end? No, it's not, but we want to have a company to localize it. We want to release a new baseline. This is a challenge. So we have to see ourselves extra mile, like one step ahead. We have more like packages. So the amount or the cost that we put on it, it's high. So the first package, 60 billion. We want to reach it more in 2025. The second or the third package cost by like 300 billion. So if we don't have a program to match the importance of this project, we will not reach the safety. So by Allah's willing, we have Enhance Plus, which is a program to have opportunities regarding the distribution, regarding the pumps also. Smart meters is actually talking about it's an obligatory list. So authority, our colleagues in the authority is actually matching the internally demand, but it's a gold opportunity to invest in smart meters So for the private sector, also we have an investment opportunity. Regarding the pumps, and lastly, not least, I would like to say I will invite you to visit our gallery through the water exhibition. Maybe you will have more details. I would mention 3 categories: golden, bronze, and silver packages. So all of these have more than motivations to have support, financial support. We have more than 1 agreement with them. IF Bank also, there is a support and a highly recommend support.
Engineer Khalid.
Regarding the success that you create in the local content. Excellent question. I assume today that I speak the local content language fluently. That's not for due to preparation, but due to continuous work and belief in the goal of the local content and working with the local content for procurement to reach our main goals. Today, the water delivery company worked on including the local content in their projects. We set up our requirements on projects that are worth more than 9 billion Saudi riyals, and percentages that are different from 40 to 45% minimum on the contracts. That is the main effect and goal. That's the success considered, and continuous cooperation. This cooperation was crowned in this by signing the agreement, but the work it was for the here, and I specialize to mention specifically the operation center by Mohammed Qahtani's times when he was working here. They had the utmost levels of cooperations for the water company to provide us with all the tools that we need. There was the exchange of experiences. We see of operations, and 50% also in operation for the processing plants. The reports, we got it from our auditors. We passed our goal. So some of them we reached 60%, and for the processing we reached up to 63%. So we are continuous. Our success is continuous with the supervision of the Saudi Water Authority and all the stakeholders on the field. Thank you very much. I want to thank all our guests here in this panel. The engineer Mohammed Al Sheikh, the partnership program in Saudi Water Authority. Also the Mr. Badr Al Fardan, supply chain manager for the water company, National Water Company. And Mr. Engineer Khalid Al Khalid, the CEO, chairman of relationships and communication. And last but not least, Mr. Nader, which is the director of the local content and the Saudi company partnership. We end our session here for the entire the content forum in his second phase. I believe today that every Saudi is proud of this achievement that we have created here at the content forum. We love to see these numbers come true in every work, in every aspect, that we rely on our local content and all the services we provide. Thank you all. I thank the authority starting with Abdurrahman Al-Samari and all our guests for attending and giving us their valuable time. Thank you. Thank you, Jamal. Right now, to the last start of the program, we have the signing for the water program, Sharakat program for the Saudi partnership company, water partnership company. I ask Mr. Abdurrahman Al-Samari and the CEO for the planning, for the chair, Mr. Amir Al-Jaban, to start the program.
هنا.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أسعد الله مساكم بالخير جميعا. بداية إذا اسمحوا لي قبل ما أبدأ العرض التعريفي عن برنامج المحتوى المحلي أني أشكر هيئة المحتوى المحلي ممثلة في سعادة الرئيس التنفيذي والسادة النواب وقيادات الشركة السعودية لشركات المياه، ولا أنسى أن أشكر الهيئة السعودية للمياه على تعاونهم ودعمهم ومتابعتهم المستمرة لبرنامج المحتوى المحلي. سنستعرض خلال الشرائح الحالية بإذن الله نبذة تعريفية عن المحتوى المحلي عن برنامج الشركة السعودية لشركات المياه وأهم الأرقام المحققة وإنجازات الشركة في مجال المحتوى المحلي. بداية برنامج المحتوى المحلي هو يعد أداة لقياس وتنظيم المحتوى المحلي في مشاريع الشركة السعودية لشركات المياه. انطلقت فقرة أو أهمية أو تضمين متطلبات المحتوى المحلي منذ 2017 لحظة انطلاق مشاريع الشركة السعودية لشركات المياه 2017 تم تضمين متطلبات المحتوى المحلي ولله الحمد. جميع مشاريع الشركة حاليا تخضع لمتطلبات المحتوى المحلي سواء في مرحلة البناء والتشييد والإنشاءات أو كذلك مرحلة التشغيل والصيانة. الهدف من إنشاء البرنامج أن يكون مرجع وقاعدة بيانات لكل مساهمات مشاريع الشركة السعودية لشركات المياه لحصرها وإبرازها بشكل المأمون. المشاركون المستهدفون هم الشركاء في القطاع، مطوري المشاريع وكذلك المقاولين الرئيسيين لمساهمتهم في تعزيز المحتوى المحلي. بداية بعد تطبيق استراتيجية المحتوى المحلي في الشركة، حرصت الشركة على وضع آليات استراتيجية والهدف من الاستراتيجية هي زيادة مساهمة الشركات الوطنية والمصانع المحلية في مشاريع الشركة السعودية لشركات المياه. لدينا في الشركة السعودية لشركات المياه محفظة مشاريع حوالي 50 مشروع بتكلفة رأس مالية إجمالية 115 مليار ريال. فجزء من واجبنا للوطن وجزء من استراتيجيتنا الوطنية أن يكون زيادة مساهمة الشركات الوطنية في المشاريع. فحرصنا على وضع استراتيجية تتكون من 3 ركائز رئيسية. الركيزة الأولى هي تعظيم الناتج المحلي الإجمالي، الركيزة الثانية تحقيق الاستدامة والاستمرارية، والركيزة الثالثة هي رأس المال البشري. تعظيم الناتج المحلي الإجمالي هي مساهمة في الناتج المحلي الإجمالي من خلال العقود الموقعة للشركات الوطنية. الركيزة الثانية اللي هي الاستدامة والاستمرارية لضمان سلامة سلاسل الإمداد خلال الجوائح لا سمح الله. والركيزة الثالثة هي رأس المال البشري اللي هم وقود وعمل المشاريع. لتحقيق أهداف الاستراتيجية حرصنا على وضع 4 خطط عمل رئيسية تتفرع منها خطط عمل فرعية. خطة العمل الأولى هي تضمين متطلبات المحتوى المحلي في المشاريع. فبدون تضمين وحد أدنى للمحتوى المحلي لا نستطيع أن نعمل على تحقيق مستهدفات المحتوى المحلي. فوضعنا مستهدفات للمحتوى المحلي بوضع حد أدنى للمشاريع لا تقل عن 40% في مرحلة الكونستراكشن أو مرحلة الإنشاءات، تصل إلى 70% بعد السنة السادسة في مرحلة التشغيل والصيانة. الخطة الثانية هي وضع الآليات لضمان الوصول للمستهدفات. الآليات التي اعتمدنا عليها في المحتوى المحلي ومرجعنا في هذا المجال هو هيئة المحتوى المحلي والمشتريات الحكومية. اعتمدنا التقارير الصادرة من هيئة المحتوى المحلي، اعتمدنا آلية القياس سواء على مستوى العقد أو على مستوى المنشأة، وتم تضمينها في العقود الموقعة مع مطوري المشاريع. خطة العمل الثالثة اللي هي تضمين متطلبات التأهيل والتدريب. وضعنا متطلبات للتأهيل والتدريب سواء تدريب الكوادر الوطنية على رأس العمل أو المساهمات في تدريب الكوادر الوطنية من خارج رأس العمل. وضعنا كذلك حد أدنى لنسبة السعوديين في المشاريع لا تقل عن 85% وتصل إلى 100% في بعض المشاريع. خطة العمل الأساسية الرابعة وهي تعريف الشركات الوطنية بالفرص المتاحة. فنحن نعمل مثلا مع الشركاء في القطاع الهيئة السعودية للمياه وكذلك الشركاء خارج القطاع كهيئة المحتوى المحلي والمشتركات الحكومية على عرض الفرص الاستثمارية لحظة انطلاق المشروع. فنعمل كذلك يعني من انطلاق كل مشروع على حدة بحث الفرص الاستثمارية
alone and review it on the local companies and link them and connect them with the developers and the service providers to have the highest level and the highest contribution possible. The timeline for the local Saudi company is the local content. We put the timeline on the beginning of the Saudis' Vision 2030. One of the goals was to reach 70% in local content. So the company tried to study the styles and the best practices to reach that level. We got it the next year in 2017 to include this mechanism. Maybe I will mention the first two programs that were they were the desalination plant and Rabigh 3, 600,000 cubic meters, and the other plant for 450,000 cubic meters. From the Saudi Water Company, they reached the local target, which was 40%. After that, they started the activation and also running it and maintenance. They achieved, after building it, we reached higher than the target, which was already set at 40 in 2018 as part of the company's strategy. The requirements of the training for the Saudis and the contracts, the signed contracts are requests that's forcing them to train locals on the local program, either on the processing or the desalination plants, and also the delivery in 2019. That was a critical point for developing the local content in our projects. After it started the local content program, they started with the authority a agreement, and we exchanged our knowledge and experiences in the local context and to do the best practices and work on it. In 2020, it was during the pandemic. As a goal of implementing the local content, we worked with the local contents and other partners to guarantee the supply chains. And we see that they have succeeded in that part, because the projects that you see during the pandemic, two of the largest programs, more than 1 million square cubic meters, it went into activation without delay. That reflects the importance of the local content. 2021, the company decided to have foreign investment, so part of our developers and from the main contractors, our main known companies, so we used them and we hired them, so they worked in our projects. They are developers, considered as developers. In 2022, as a first outcome, some companies showed up with a managing program that is not less than 85%. Some of the projects it reaches 100% desalination. So that makes us proud. So one of our projects that has the localization level of 100% that is run 100% by our sons and daughters. 2023, we worked on nationalizing plan. So we worked with the local content authority to show the importance of the authority and actually set up the important services that they need and then the used equipment in our projects. 2024, which is today, we are proud to start the local content program, the program called Sharakat. In this slide, I'm going to briefly talk about our role in enhancing the local product. So we started to add the local requirements to have the local content, also training and empowering them, also to let local companies know on all future projects. And so now we communicate with them either by the Chamber of Commerce or by other regions. So they worked on guaranteeing the supply chains during the pandemic and encouraging local communications to enhance the local products here in the company's work. After implementing it, we're proud to have these achievements that we created. After we signed 12 agreements with developers, the number of signed contracts with national companies are more than 395, with a total value that exceeds 8 billion Saudi riyals. So 8 billion Saudi riyals with local companies and local factories in our project. The localization it reached in the activation up to 60% in 2 years, although the goal was 50. Based on the signed agreements, but we surpassed that, and we reached, based on the reports from the external auditors. And water processing, also they reached 63% for developing it, and operations during it reached more than the required level, and they have reached up to 63%. Worked with the Saudi Water Company during the construction period, more than 700 employees or 700 people. And right now we have more than 540 Saudi employees managing these stations. The percentage of the local staff is 85% up to 100%. I want to thank you for your time and consideration, and I'm sorry if I took too long of your time. All the way here, we have reached the end of the second day of our forum. And on behalf of, I want to thank everyone who worked hard on this. And I want to ask them, with Mahmoud Al-Faiz, I'm honored to be with you for the past 2 days, filled of knowledge and hard work to enhance the local content in a country that we are proud of, the country of Saudi Arabia. This is all I had to say, and on behalf of the Saudi Authority, we want to show our appreciation to the sponsors, to our guests, and everyone who bothered. Tomorrow is going to be the 22nd November to the showcase and showroom from 4 p.m. till 10 p.m. God bless you all and goodbye. Fi aman Allah.